The morning promised to be wonderful, but the solemn ceremony radically changed the life of the main character, turning a joyful day into a real nightmare. At this important ceremony, the emperor declared that he would turn the girl into his living sword. Although her birth should have been a happy occasion, it was marred by tragedy. Charlize Ronan took her mother's life by giving birth, which made her a disgrace to Duke Ronan. The main character had a talent for fencing from a young age, which surpassed the sword skill of knights. No one could challenge her, and every time she left her opponents devastated. The girl constantly felt the envy and alienation of those around her, so she was sincerely glad to receive praise from the emperor. She agreed to become the emperor's sword because she thought that this way she could gain recognition from her family. The main character had no idea what awaited her in the future after receiving the title. The heroine became a test subject, and thanks to her resilience, she turned out to be the only survivor of experiments and torture. She was constantly praised for her strong physique, which was necessary to become the sword of the empire. The girl did not understand how a person could be a sword, because the essence of life is God's will, which no one can change. However, scientists continued to work on Charlize Ronan, and each time their results became better and better. Tears flowed from the heroine's eyes, and she wondered why she had to suffer so much. The almighty power of God created new life, and the imperial scientists, with the help of pieces of echirite, which they extracted from the body of the beast, had great power. Because of this, the heroine was forced to eat these crystals every day, and after her soul was destroyed, Charlize ceased to be the Duke's youngest daughter. The heroine's entire body turned into a sword, and the only thing left for Charlize was her consciousness. The girl hoped that this was not true, but everything turned out to be real, and from now on the emperor called her Kira. The man threatened to kill her family and her fiancé if she defied him, and if she did not show sensitivity. The guardian sword was meant to be the only one of its kind, so the emperor began eliminating the wizards involved in the experiment to erase all traces of it. The torture and murder of noble families and all his numerous atrocities were committed by Charlize herself. She did not want to kill, but the emperor forced her to obey him if the girl did not want her family to suffer. The suffering of the main character was a delight for the eyes of the emperor, and such a hell had never existed before. Unlike the emperors who were praised for using Kira generation after generation, Charlize died brutally every day. The heroine begged the almighty Echirite for a chance to avenge the unbearable pain and insult. The girl wished for a wonderful life and a chance to punish those who defiled God's power, and God heard her prayers. As the main character asked, the higher powers gave her the opportunity to go back in time and change her destiny. When the main character woke up, the first thing she thought about was that she could breathe in this body again. She carefully examined her body and made sure that she was in the body of a human and not a cursed sword. It couldn't have been a dream, since the heroine hadn't seen her hands since she became a sword. The main character jumped out of bed to check her reflection in the mirror, but because she hadn't used her own legs for a long time, she lost her balance and fell. Her body, awakening from a long period of inactivity, responded to every movement, as all the feelings were new to the heroine. Every movement was difficult for her, but curiosity and the desire to see her reflection in the mirror were stronger. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face expressed a mixture of curiosity and slight anxiety. The girl couldn't believe that she had gone back in time. It seemed to her like an extraordinary miracle, an incredible event that she could not explain rationally. All she had was sacrificed to the great and noble empire which the emperor sought to make prosper. It was an unbearable pity that no one felt guilty for the ruined life of the main character. Her suffering and pain seemed to go unnoticed, as if no one cared about her fate. The knowledge that no one would be held responsible for her loss only strengthened her resolve, and the girl vowed that she would crush those who were involved in her misfortune and trample them into the dirt. The girl was convinced that an empire built on blood and suffering did not deserve to exist. Now her only goal was the complete destruction of the empire and all its symbols, so that no one could anymore be proud of belonging to this state that had become the cause of her suffering. Over the years of serving the empire and constant worries, she completely forgot what she looked like. The girl suddenly remembered how, under the long silver blade, a single blue gemstone was inserted into the handle. Her reflection was different from what she saw when the emperor stood in front of the mirror. Remembering who she was before she turned into a sword, the girl couldn't hold back her tears. It was a huge relief for the main character to regain the ability to cry. When she was sealed within the sword, all the emotions that made up the essence of her being were sealed within the cold metal. Having calmed down after the emotions she had experienced, the girl left the room and found herself in a familiar but hateful place. The heroine hated spring most of all in her past life, since that was when the Duchess died giving birth to her. Back then, the main character hardly left the house, but now everything was supposed to be different. She decided it was time to step outside her shelter and face the world, despite all the fears and memories that haunted her. The girl confidently approached the maids and, without hiding her curiosity, asked them what year it was. The maids flinched at the unexpected question. One of them, a little embarrassed, quickly answered, trying not to look the girl in the eye, that it was now the 298th year of imperial power. Her voice trembled, as if she was afraid that what she said might displease her interlocutor. The maids felt a powerful sense of power that was impossible to ignore. This feeling washed over them from the current atmosphere, permeating every corner of the space. Thinking that something was bothering the main character, the maid reassured her by saying that His Grace the Duke would return soon. However, the girl ignored her words and resolutely stated that she refused to return to her room, as she had left all the grievances in the past. Her eyes showed genuine fatigue from the constant hypocrisy and attempts to look better than she was. Deep down, the girl believed that when she reached a high level of skill, she would be loved and tried to be useful without harming anyone. But now the girl firmly knew that she had done nothing wrong and did not deserve the attitude that she encountered from those around her. The heroine was transported exactly 400 years back, to the year 298, when she was a young girl, only 13 years old. She didn't know if God had answered her prayers or if it was something else, but Akirit's energy still lived in her body. There were no fragments that made her realize that she had merged with the crystal, and all this was happening at a deep level of her being. Akirit's energy did not press upon her as an alien presence, but rather as if it had always been a part of her. The emperors thought that they had exhausted all the mana, but a huge amount of mana had been accumulating in Kira for hundreds of years, and this was not an assumption, but a fact. Since the main character has God's power within her, this is a matter that is even more different from others. While the main character, lost in thought about her unusual powers, was trying to understand their nature, she suddenly heard a sharp clanging sound. The girl looked closely and realized that the source of the clanking sound was a huge sword that had been carelessly thrown to the ground. While the girl was trying to swing the sword with concentration, studying its weight and balance, a knight in shining armor suddenly ran up to her. His face expressed genuine concern, and his hands were folded in respect. Having carefully observed the out-of-breath knight, the girl came to certain conclusions. His ragged breathing and fatigue in his movements clearly indicated that he had recently been involved in intense training. Charlize assumed that he felt tired during the sparring, and that was what she believed was the reason he dropped the sword. The man was very embarrassed, which revealed the feelings he was trying to hide. In her past life, the main character believed that these looks, full of confusion and uncertainty, carried a reproach. She mistakenly believed that her status as the lady who killed the Duchess became a barrier between her and other people. In fact, the problem was different. There was simply no one who could teach her. Seeing the jealousy and envy with which those around her looked at her, the girl could not understand how and why she had not noticed this before. These looks were not from those who looked down on her, but from knights who showed undisguised envy for Charlize's brilliant talent. Every time she appeared in the hall, their eyes involuntarily followed her, revealing the true feelings of their owners. Since the girl had decided to change her fate, she was the first to approach the knight and, noticing how he was overly straining his shoulders when swinging his sword, she gently corrected his posture. She stated that if he wielded the sword using his power, then he would never let go of it again during a fight. Her words sounded like wise advice, so the knight thanked the lady for such a valuable lesson. Since the heroine absorbed the demonic fragments, she has gained the ability to instinctively find and quickly eliminate her weaknesses. This new power allowed her to instantly recognize weak points and turn them into a source of her power, which she decided to demonstrate to some of the estate's workers. The maids were restless, wondering why the lady had called them. They looked at each other, trying to guess the reason for such an unexpected call, and felt a slight tension, not knowing what to expect from their mistress. The main character was in no hurry to start a conversation, knowing that all the maids understood the reason for her gathering. However, to her amazement, the girl was met with deathly silence. In this silence, she realized that only she remembered everything, carrying on her shoulders the burden of the past that others had long since erased from their memories. She began to list the girl's misdeeds one by one, how one tried to pour hot tea on her when she was little, and another threw a dead mouse into her bed while she was sleeping. Among the maids, there was one who put a beetle in her soup, hoping to disgust her, and another who ruined her reputation by tearing the back of her dress in public. Each of them lowered their eyes in shame, realizing their misdeeds, which now appeared before them in a different light under the pressure of their mistress's memories. These unpleasant incidents remained in the girl's memory forever, turning into painful memories of her difficult past in this house. They asked for forgiveness and assured that something like this would never happen again, but the main character believed that forgiveness was not the word that the guilty party should utter. The main character decided not to forgive them and simply fire them in order to get rid of them in her house forever. She believed that forgiveness in this case would only be a temporary measure and preferred to act decisively and send a letter so that she would never again encounter such behavior in her circle. None of her family members came to congratulate her on her birthday, and since this was expected, the girl was not upset. She had long since become accustomed to their indifference and did not even hope for warm family congratulations, which only confirmed her decision to keep her distance from them. Having written a letter asking for permission to become a royal tutor, the girl went to the portrait of her late mother. The girl placed the flower near the painting and said that she had come to tell her mother about her plans, since she was the one who gave her life. She said that the path she has chosen is the path that takes her to look into the abyss of monsters. Many said that one must be wary of those who look into this abyss, as they can be dangerous to others. Their gaze, directed into the dark depths, is capable of bringing trouble to those nearby, since the monster can look directly at them. The main character decided for herself that in the name of revenge, she would follow this path, no matter what. For the sake of power that will help her achieve retribution and justice, she is ready to overcome any obstacles and dangers. She may have been in debt to the Duchess, but it no longer mattered to her. She decided to live the way she wanted, following the path of corruption and savagery, throwing away all morality and respect. After the main character paid tribute to her mother, she headed back to her room to think about what happened and get some rest, but at that moment a knight approached her. With an embarrassed expression on his face, hanging his head down, he congratulated the girl on her birthday. His voice trembled and his eyes avoided her gaze, betraying his excitement and uncertainty. After that, he quickly left, and at that moment the girl realized that only one person congratulated her on her birthday. She didn't say a word because she didn't want anyone to come near her. Many servants even walked around her on tiptoe, afraid to disturb her peace. The girl completely ignored everyone around her, creating an atmosphere of inaccessibility, which made it seem as if any careless movement could break the invisible barrier she had created. As the girl leisurely strolled through the mansion, she noticed figures slowly approaching her. At first she thought they were servants, but as the figures became clearer, she realized they were someone else. These people were members of her family, her father and two older brothers. As they passed each other, the girl pretended not to notice their presence. She calmly continued her leisurely walk, as if no one around existed. Her father and two older brothers stood there, bewildered, watching her indifferent gaze. One of the brothers, feeling slightly perplexed, asked the girl why she had not greeted them. The main character, hearing the question, looked closely at her brother, trying to understand the reason for his question. Judging by his blonde hair, he must have been the second son, but she couldn't remember his name. Previously, she thought that she cared about them, but now she realized that they were not worth the time and effort. Charlize's gaze, once full of warmth and love, has now changed beyond recognition. There was a cold determination and a slight contempt in her eyes. She no longer saw the point in empty formalities and pretense. The young man was deeply concerned about the changes in his sister's behavior. Every time he met her cold gaze, he felt more and more confused, as this was not like the gentle and caring sister he knew before. After Charlize fired the maids, rumors began to spread throughout Ronan's mansion. The news of her decision quickly took the form of gossip and speculation, acquiring more and more new details. Rumors about changes in Charlize's character were gaining momentum, and among the inhabitants of Ronan's mansion, the opinion reigned that the lady had turned into a completely different person. Previously open and friendly, she now seemed cold and unapproachable, and every gesture, every word of Charlize was perceived with trepidation and caution. The head maid, noticing the anxiety and tension that had gripped the entire mansion, decided to take the situation under personal control. The maid promised that she would personally train new maids to meet all the requirements and standards of the mistress, and stressed that she would do everything possible to ensure that such incidents never happened again. Charlize gradually and unhurriedly took over the management of the mansion, long after the Duchess's death. This right and duty now belonged to her by law and tradition. Charlize, immersed in her thoughts and responsibilities, decided to take a little break and restore her inner balance. Closing her eyes, Charlize cleared her mind of all thoughts and worries, focusing on her breathing and the sensations of her body. The circle of Manhwa is a special state of mental balance in which a person can no longer be disturbed by any external circumstances. This state can be achieved when the mind gains a sense of transparency and the inner light begins to shine brighter as the number of hours devoted to training and practice increases. The girl believed that thanks to her hidden abilities, she would become so powerful that no one would be able to resist her in an open confrontation. She knew that her inner strength and skills, which so far remained invisible to others, would one day make her invulnerable to any opponents. Even if she devoted her entire life to discovering her abilities, she would never be able to exhaust all her hidden powers. 2 years have passed since the main character began training her body. During this time, she has undergone significant changes both externally and internally. Daily training has made her strong and resilient, and her self-confidence has reached a new level. The heroine made every effort to become a royal tutor, a position that usually required 5 years of preparation. Moreover, the prince she was to mentor was chosen on her recommendation, which was a rare sign of trust from the royal family. In her past life, there was a genius of this era who ruled the empire from the shadows, possessing incredible insight and cunning. This man was the 13th prince of the imperial court, whom the heroine wanted to raise as her disciple and turn into a tyrant who would destroy the empire. 2 years of painstaking preparation and planning have finally borne fruit. Today was the first day of her revenge, the day she began to put her carefully thought-out plan into action. Charlize's family, as always, showed their indifference. They didn't even bother to say goodbye to the heroine at this important moment in her life. Their indifference did not affect the girl, because now she was officially part of the imperial family and everything, including food and housing, would be provided by the imperial palace. All this time, Charlize conducted her training in complete solitude, hiding from prying eyes. Her persistence and determination have paid off. Her fencing skills have now reached the level of a true master. However, Charlize did not strive for fame and recognition. On the contrary, she deliberately hid her skills, preferring to remain in the shadows. She understood that drawing attention to her skills could jeopardize her position and safety. Realizing that her efforts to hide her abilities were futile, Charlize realized that the only path to recognition was through formal knighting. She chose the path of becoming a knight with the power and authority of the Duke, and that was the first and last thing she received from her family. Charlize decided to completely erase from her memory all grievances against her family. At this point, her main goal became the desire to take revenge on the imperial family. Charlize crossed the hall confidently, ignoring the intent glances of servants and courtiers. The 13th prince was indeed waiting for her, immersed in reading an ancient tome. The young man's name was Dylan Cian Brace. This was a boy who had a special destiny to become Charlize's ward and her lord. Charlize devised a cunning plan to put Kaelin on the throne, using him as a puppet. She expected that his rule would become tyrannical and cruel, which would inevitably lead to uprisings and the weakening of the state. When Charlize became a mentor to a young man named Dylan Cian Brace, it became a landmark event in her plans. It was with this talented genius with a strong character that the first step towards achieving her ambitious goals began. In her past life, he was never afraid to get his hands dirty with blood and was a cruel man who would kill anyone who dared to go against his orders. Charlize knew that the only way to achieve her goals was to lure the young and ambitious Dylan to her side, while his mind was still malleable and not fully strengthened. The young woman saw potential in him and the opportunity to use him to destroy a 1,000-year-old royal dynasty in one blow. The girl curtsied and announced that her name was Charlize Ronan, and from now on she would be the prince's teacher. Even standing at some distance, she could feel how tensely he looked at his new mentor. His gaze was cold and searching, as if the young man was trying to understand what motives were behind her desire to become his teacher. Charlize knew that her appearance also played an important role in forming a first impression, so she came prepared, wearing a crown of pastel flowers on her head, reminiscent of the sky, and a simple but light dress, made of a fabric on which it was easy to notice barely noticeable bloodstains. She had heard that the late queen was the epitome of calm and grace, and decided to use this knowledge to her advantage. Charlize, seeing that the prince was still hesitating and had a shadow of mistrust in his eyes, decided to take the initiative into her own hands. She smiled softly and, tilting her head slightly, asked if he had any questions about why I had been chosen as his mentor. Everyone was talking about it, and even the Duke, who had ignored her for the past 2 years, came to Charlize to ask why she had decided to become the imperial tutor. Charlize realized that how quickly she would be able to establish a trusting relationship with the prince depended on her determination and tact. She expressed hope that she would find a common language with His Highness and create fruitful cooperation based on mutual understanding and respect. At first, the young man silently looked at her outstretched hand, as if thinking about something important. But in the end, he said he also hoped that they could get along and find common ground in their work together. The prince was not just a talented young man. He had a genius ability to foresee the future and analyze events with amazing accuracy. Charlize's plan was to gradually reveal to him the imperfections of his perfect world. She intended to do this unobtrusively, creating the impression that all events were not the result of carefully thought-out calculations, but rather a fortunate coincidence. While the servant was making tea for the prince, he suddenly became distracted and spilled the tea. He instantly realized his mistake and, burning with shame, hastily apologized to His Highness, expressing his regret for the damage caused. The main character watched what was happening carefully and noticed a barely perceptible movement. Her gaze stopped on the prince's face. She was sure she had just seen His Highness frown, albeit briefly. Although the prince told the servant that there was no need to redo anything, the girl understood that the situation could turn out differently. She guessed that this incident could have serious consequences. Perhaps tomorrow the servant would lose his position or be sent on an unexpected business trip, where he would no longer be able to work in close proximity to the prince. The heroine showed amazing resourcefulness. She smeared some flowers with honey in advance so that a rare butterfly would land on her head. This unusual act was part of her plan to attract the attention of the prince, who in the past had shown no interest in anyone or anything. When the prince announced that from now on he would call the heroine master, she took it with great enthusiasm. The girl asked the young man if this meant that he recognized her, but he remained silent, giving no answer, leaving her in the dark about his true feelings. The main character was not upset, because if she was able to evoke at least a little respect, then this first meeting could already be considered successful. Her first lesson with Dylan was fencing, and even just watching this art, she understood that she was in the presence of a true genius. She clearly saw that the young man was deliberately hiding his talent, and she realized that this was due to the presence of his guards, who followed him relentlessly. When she plunged into the warm water of the bath in the evening, she decided that time would put everything in its place and help correct the situation. When the little fairies came to her, the girl was not at all afraid, and on the contrary, greeted their appearance with joy. She asked one of the fairies if she had brought her friend, and she nodded her head with a smile, confirming her words. The rumors that Charlize was related to fairies were true, as only those with fairy blood are able to see them. Charlize always felt special, knowing that her destiny was closely linked to these magical creatures. She smiled and watched the fairies, watching their cheerful dances and games. The girl noticed that the little creatures looked especially lively and seemed to be hungry. To live, fairies must constantly absorb magic, which feeds their essence and maintains their strength. Charlize's magic was truly limitless. It was as if she drew it from an inexhaustible source that was available only to a select few. That is why fairies always sought to be near her, knowing that they would find here the necessary energy for their existence. Whenever hungry fairies appeared, Charlize always welcomed them with joy, as watching them always lifted her spirits. These tiny creatures never forgot the kindness and generosity of their patroness, and Charlize knew that one day she would be able to turn to them for help when needed. Lost in her thoughts about how things seemed to be getting better, Charlize walked out of the bathroom into her bedroom. Now the girl finally settled in the palace and had to live and sleep here. She no longer had any reason to return to the Duke's residence, since she would have to stay in the palace for at least a few years. The heroine was in a place where everything reminded her of the desire to destroy everything that was built by the emperors. The memories of the screams that had caused her to transform into Kira still choked her throat. These painful memories did not leave her, forcing her to relive the moment that changed her life again and again. Now, as Charlize again, she was eager to shed the burden of the past and start a new life, but old wounds continued to resurface with every memory of the past. The main character felt an irresistible desire to destroy everyone around her, but her mind resisted this impulse. She knew that giving in to anger would only make the situation worse, and she tried her best to contain her emotions. Touching her throat, the girl began to do breathing exercises to calm the storm of emotions inside her. Taking deep breaths and exhaling slowly over time helped her cope with her anxiety and regain control of her condition. Having calmed down, the girl began to remember pleasant moments from her life and all her achievements. She thought with pride about how long she had been working towards this goal and was finally able to accomplish one of the tasks and become Dylan's teacher. She still wondered if she could really raise the young prince. The responsibility for his education and upbringing was enormous, and it could not be allowed to be taken lightly. Too much depended on her efforts, and she understood that any mistake could have serious consequences for the future of Dylan and the entire kingdom. The more the prince hides, the more problems it will cause. Even those who spent a lot of time with him don't know the real him. Just when the main character decided to meet him with a clear head, she suddenly felt someone sneaking up on her. Whoever came to her in the dead of night clearly did not have good intentions. The girl immediately sensed danger, and without wasting a second, with cold determination swung her blade at the attacker. She had no intention of killing him right away, as she understood that behind this night visit there was someone's insidious plan that required immediate clarification. The would-be killer had been staring at the girl the whole time, and she couldn't understand why his gaze was so focused. There was both fear and curiosity in his eyes, as if he was trying to unravel her secret. The heroine asked why he was looking at her so intently, and the young man replied that he was sure that she was only an honorary knight. The girl asked why he was looking at her so intently. In response, the young man stated that he was absolutely confident in her status as an honorary knight. Charlize, closing the young man's eyes, said expressively that an honorary knight remains a knight, and he had no right to underestimate her. The blonde, despite her combat experience and past kills, felt deeply depressed. The very first day of her life in the palace turned into an attempt on her life, and this weighed heavily on her. She didn't expect that an assassin would be sent after her as soon as she became the prince's tutor. Realizing that the fight for the throne was very fierce this time, the girl decided that she would have to resort to magic if she wanted to hide her fighting skills and stay safe. Now she had to be doubly careful and learn to disguise her abilities to protect herself and the prince. The reason for her actions was that it was easier to interest Dylan this way. She understood that someone from the ruling family was behind the assassination attempt. The only difficulty was that the circle of suspects was too broad. Too many of the imperial family could be involved in this conspiracy. In her past life, Dylan never demonstrated his mastery of weapons and martial arts to members of the ruling family. It was his strategic decision that helped him save his life. But now, next to Dylan was Charlize, who had been appointed as his mentor and who possessed outstanding fighting skills. She was not only a skilled warrior, but also a skilled defender, capable of easily repelling any attack on the prince. The 13th prince made a surprising choice by choosing swordsmanship, and this decision was tantamount to a declaration of his determination to enter the fight for the throne. By accepting Charlize as his mentor, he put himself in an awkward position because he would be under constant scrutiny. The heroine realized that she was in a difficult situation. She could not openly intervene and help Dylan deal with the assassin sent to him. Charlize froze, listening to her feelings. Suddenly she felt Dylan's presence right behind the door, and this was the best proof that he was able to deal with the assassin on his own. The next morning, the main character's father decided to clarify something with his subordinate. The father of the main character, having barely given his subordinate the impression that he was listening attentively, began a conversation that was troubling him. The man felt very strange because he no longer saw Charlize. He tried to understand why she had disappeared from his sight and thought about the possible reasons for this. Charlize showed extraordinary zeal in her attempts to meet the Duke. She longed to see him, even for a short time, and made every effort to do so. When her attempts were unsuccessful, she became deeply upset and worried that she had not been able to carry out her plans. Now her sudden disappearance from the Duke's life caused the man to feel bewildered and uneasy. He couldn't understand what had happened and why she had stopped wanting to go to these meetings. 2 years ago, Charlize changed and stopped trying to attract the attention of her family, which is why the Grand Duke decided to call a servant to find out how Charlize was doing. More precisely, he was about to ask about the servant, but he was unable to utter a word when he realized that he had not called his daughter by name or addressed her directly for a long time. This discovery shocked him, making him think about how much their relationship had deteriorated. The name Charlize was invented by her mother Rachel, and now even such a seemingly simple name was unusual and difficult to pronounce for the Duke. If Rachel had not died giving birth to the main character, then perhaps they would have been one big and happy family. Her presence and love could have brought them together, creating a strong and harmonious relationship filled with joy and understanding. But when she died, everything became meaningless. The Duke asked the butler if he knew anything about the lady's condition, as he had not seen her for some time. Realizing that the man was not yet aware, the butler shared important information. He said that since the lady became the imperial tutor, she has been living in the palace. This explained her absence from her usual places and emphasized her new status and responsibilities. The butler also reported that the lady no longer intended to return to the Duke's estate of her own free will. After the death of the Duchess, the Grand Duke was plunged into deep grief. He became completely indifferent to the world around him, so devastated and broken that nothing could evoke any emotions in him anymore. The man felt very strange because he could not understand Charlize's motives. It remained a mystery to him why she had decided to never return to the estate and become the prince's tutor, despite the fact that she had an absolutely comfortable home at her disposal. While the man pondered the reasons for Charlize's decision, she continued to calmly go about her business, training the prince. A whole week had passed since she announced her decision, and the girl was completely immersed in the process of training and raising the future ruler as if nothing was bothering her. Charlize sought to understand and appreciate the atmosphere of the imperial court, wanting to form her own opinion about the place she had found herself in. However, reality exceeded all her expectations, and she was especially surprised by the maids' reviews of the prince. They spoke of him with warmth and sincerity, noting that he was easy to serve and that he was pure and naive. But the heroine considered the maids in this case to be much more innocent, since their peaceful sleep while the prince was dealing with the body of the murdered mercenary seemed to Charlize to be a clear proof of their purity and naivety. While the girl, lost in thought about the naivety of the maids, indulged in her thoughts, her student suddenly interrupted her thoughts. He came up to me and, expressing fatigue from the current exercises, suggested taking a short break to restore strength. The girl, after a little hesitation, agreed to his request. She gently told him that he could take a short break and rest. Only after receiving permission from the master, the young man leaned against the tree and began to catch his breath. The girl knew that Dylan was still hiding his abilities. After the night the assassin was eliminated, the mercenaries were not seen again, and if it really was Dylan, he undoubtedly realized that the assassin was sent to her as well. However, he didn't ask any questions about her ball skills. The next morning she was ready to answer his questions during their breakfast together. But Dylan, to her surprise, didn't ask a single question on the subject. The main character was sure that Dylan didn't care about her, and that's why she believed that he didn't want to show his cards to her and share his true feelings or intentions. He apologized, explaining that he quickly got tired of training with a sword, but the main character knew for sure that it was just a pretense. She saw right through his entire game. Every word, every gesture was saturated with lies. The heroine was sure that he was lying every second of his life, skillfully manipulating those around him to achieve his goals. Charlize also hid her skills, but she didn't want this farce to go on forever. The seventh prince manipulated people, using their lives in the fight for the throne and his own interests, ruthlessly eliminating those who stood in his way. Secretly observing his actions, Charlize understood that human feelings meant nothing to him. He methodically moved towards his goals by any means necessary. It is surprising that instead of the dark personality he really was, in the eyes of others he looked like a pure, innocent, and pleasant person. The girl could not understand the reason why he preferred to introduce himself this way, and why he did not show his true character to the people around him. The main character called out to the young man, who was lost in his thoughts, trying to get his attention. She then squatted down to be on his level and asked him with genuine concern how long he intended to continue living like this. When the girl asked this direct question, the young man seemed to drop his mask. He stared at the main character in surprise, with an expression on his face as if a goldfish had spoken to him. The girl resolutely stated that living this way, constantly hiding behind a mask of innocence, is actually quite boring. She expected to see a reaction to her words, but the young man only pretended not to understand what she was talking about. His face remained impassive, and his eyes showed surprise, as if he had never heard of such a point of view before. The girl smiled softly, realizing that he did not want to share his thoughts and experiences. She stood up from her crouch, feeling that the conversation had reached a dead end. The girl turned her gaze back to the prince and said that in any case, the lesson was over for today. Deep down, Charlize was sure that the 13th prince, who was completely indifferent to her presence, still could not help but pay attention to her. His gaze, albeit fleetingly, stopped on her, betraying a slight interest. The main character, who was only trying to achieve this, could not hide her victorious grin. For the last 3 days, they had been watching each other like two elements that could not combine, just as water and oil do not mix. And no matter how hard the heroines tried, they could not find a common language, despite the fact that they spent a lot of time together. The girl felt how he was drilling his gaze into her back, but she tried not to show her emotions. She knew for sure that he was waiting for her next steps, as if their game had not yet reached its final point, and every step could be decisive. While the girl was deep in thought, her maid happily announced that she was happy that she liked the perfume. It turned out that the girl is very interested in creating fragrances, and it was she who came up with this scent. The heroine warmly praised the maid, noting that the perfume had a very subtle and unobtrusive scent. She inhaled the scent with pleasure, as if it were enveloping her in a light veil, and added that it was precisely this unobtrusive composition that made the perfume special. The perfume had a very simple name, but when Charlize herself said it, it sounded great. However, the maid, despite the joy of recognition, still considered her creative abilities to be rather modest. To the maid's amazement, the heroine declared with genuine admiration that she was seriously considering her potential. She said that she saw real talent in the girl and considered her a possible genius in the field of perfumery. If it were in her power, Charlize would gladly sponsor her endeavors and help her open her own perfume shop to give her the opportunity to develop her talent. The maid listened in bewilderment, trying to grasp the meaning of the complex words that her mistress used. She decided to tell the heroine that her family owns a small flower shop, so since childhood she has been accustomed to distinguishing the subtlest aromas of flowers. This feature sharpened her sense of smell, and now she could accurately identify smells, as if she had a special gift. Charlize's words were not empty compliments. She knew perfectly well what she was talking about, because luxury items were indeed in demand among aristocrats. The scent was truly delicate and feminine, making it an ideal choice for young noblewomen, so that only 10 years would pass, and this scent, thanks to its durability and charm, would become a real trend, conquering not only high society, but also wider circles of society. Mary's first impression of Charlize was not good, but now she didn't understand why everyone was speaking so badly about her, because she was so kind. Everyone around whispered about her with disgust and fear, calling her a cursed child who was said to have killed her mother at birth. Incapable, immature, and damned. These were the epithets that those around her awarded her, repeating the terrible rumors that multiplied every day. The maid was puzzled as to how the heroine had ended up in this mansion, because even if the 13th prince was considered forgotten, the very idea that he had been assigned such an unqualified mentor seemed outrageous. It was a real insult both to the prince and to all the noble blood flowing in his veins. After all, the more time she spent with Charlize, the more clearly she realized her mistake. She judged her by rumors. Although Charlize turned out to be an unusually kind and sensitive person, completely at odds with the negative characteristics that were circulated about her. Gradually, the prejudiced opinion dissipated, giving way to genuine admiration and an understanding of how unfair the initial judgments about her character had been. When the maid finished doing the heroine's hair, she thanked her for thinking well of her. When the main character smiled tenderly at Mary, she instantly flushed with embarrassment. Feeling awkward under this kind gaze, Mary quickly said goodbye to the heroine. As she said goodbye, she wished her a good day, trying to hide her excitement behind polite words. The main character, watching the departing maid, assumed that the girl was not used to compliments. The girl did nothing special to win Mary's heart. She only talked to her a little when she brought water for washing. I also just asked her out of politeness what she liked and listened carefully to the answer, without interrupting or showing any particular interest. But no matter how hard she tried to approach Dylan, she always ran into a wall. His face expressed only cold indifference when she tried to start a conversation, and his answers were short and unambiguous. Every time she tried to find a common language or show genuine interest, he seemed to withdraw into himself, creating an invisible barrier between them. She even thought that she had lost her charm, but, to her surprise, Charlize continued to easily interest other people. Everything went as smoothly as before. Walking through the library, the heroine realized that the problem was not in her at all, but in Dylan, who was the only one who created this wall between them. However, the girl was not going to be upset. She firmly believed that in any case there was nothing to worry about, since time was always on her side. The blonde couldn't teach Dylan only fencing, as it required a serious theoretical base, so she decided that the best way out would be to independently study the basics through books. She had ordered some specialized fencing textbooks for him, hoping that it would help her teach Dylan better, but a week had passed and the books still hadn't arrived, as if someone was deliberately slowing down the process. At that moment, the girl looked at the young man who was standing holding a book in his hands. Her gaze instantly fell on his face, and she immediately recognized him as Count Robert. This arrogant aristocrat had always openly declared his contempt for stupid women, and that was why he had always remained cold and unfriendly towards her. The girl could not understand whether her reputation was so bad at the imperial court that he thought she would not notice the books if he tried to hide them under the cloth. The girl called out to the young man and, approaching him, she introduced herself as Charlize Ronan from the palace of the 13th prince. She said she had ordered several textbooks last week, but none of them had arrived yet. Her tone conveyed dissatisfaction with the current situation and an expectation of a prompt solution to the problem that had arisen. The man, remaining calm, repeated that the ordered textbooks had not yet arrived at the library and he was still waiting to receive them. However, Charlize noticed the books that were behind the young man and pointed to the stack, clearly hinting at their similarity to the ordered textbooks. The man was amazed by the girl's observation and could not hide his surprise when she pointed to the books behind his back. He tried to find an excuse for their presence but could not, since these were the very same textbooks for the education of emperors, authored by Adele. The girl confidently stated that she immediately recognized these books and now expected an explanation as to why they ended up in the library despite his words. The heroine made the assumption that the books under the fabric were the very same teaching aids for emperors. Her insight did not escape the young man, and he looked at her with obvious contempt, as if he considered her guess unworthy of attention. Seeing his disdainful look, the girl instantly realized that he believed the rumors about her. She realized that the young man had heard about how she was considered a foolish knight who couldn't control her emotions, the villain of the ducal family, and also a foolish woman who became the 13th prince's teacher. Charlize was well aware that she possessed all the qualities that Faubert hated so much. She knew about this and decided to take advantage of the moment to put him in an awkward position. Since the girl never received the textbooks she ordered, she decided to ask the man if he recognized the mentor chosen by the imperial family. Her question was spoken calmly, but with a clear hint that she was aware of his connection to this case. The young man, after a slight hesitation, replied that, frankly speaking, he could not recognize the mentor chosen by the imperial family. He added that he did not think she would be able to use them properly. The young man expressed confidence that these textbooks needed a more suitable owner. There was a distinct disdain in his words, and he believed that the lady, being too ignorant, would not be able to properly appreciate their significance. The young man explained that these textbooks were intended for the education of members of the imperial family. They were extremely complex and required a special level of knowledge and training. He frankly expressed his opinion that the heroine would not be a suitable owner for such educational materials. The main character, after listening to his arguments, stated that she could not consider them a sufficiently compelling reason for refusal. The main character stood her ground with amazing confidence, not retreating a single step. This unexpected decisiveness in her words made the man shudder, because he never expected to see such a firm position in such a harmless-looking aristocrat. Her calm and confident behavior clearly contradicted his initial expectations, throwing him off track. The girl asked if he had said that all books had a suitable owner. The man confirmed his words, adding that a person with a low level of intelligence would not be able to understand and appreciate her. His statement sounded with a degree of arrogance and confidence in his own superiority. He declared indignantly that Adele would turn over in her grave at the thought of a duchess of the lower rank reading such a noble work. The man stressed that he never intended to give books intended for people of his circle to someone so unworthy. His face expressed contempt and his voice trembled with righteous anger. To his surprise, the girl not only didn't get angry, but on the contrary, she smiled. She easily parried his attack and asked him to listen carefully, because now she would show him what his standard was. She wanted to show him that he was qualified to judge who could have these books and who could not. Confident in her knowledge, the girl began to tell him from the first chapter about what needs to be done to avoid the contempt of the common people for the lords. She spoke the imperial language with perfect pronunciation and an impeccable accent. Her speech flowed smoothly and expressively. Every word was filled with meaning, making the man doubt the reality of what was happening. He still couldn't believe that someone could know the text by heart so accurately. The blonde intended to continue her story, but the young man interrupted her, politely asking her to stop. He stated that simply memorizing a text does not prove. Robert couldn't even entertain the thought that she didn't just understand the material. Over the course of several centuries, Charlize did more than memorize books. She absorbed the opinions of each emperor and heard their thoughts and discussions. Her knowledge was not just a text, but a living collection of the wisdom of rulers, their views and decisions, which she kept in her memory. Charlize decided that if it was a matter of understanding, then the young man should ask her a clarifying question. However, he was still sure that, despite her extensive knowledge, she would not be able to clearly explain the essence of things. Any question from him would only reveal the limits of her understanding beyond the memorized texts. He asked what the most important lesson was marked at the end of the textbook, and the girl replied that it was the ability to see the true essence of things. The girl said that no matter how you look at it, everything ends the same, and this was not a feature of this book alone. She stressed that this principle is universal and applicable to all spheres of life, be it language, literature, economics, politics, or religion. The result of any learning is always the same. A book, first of all, teaches you to see the true essence of things. The girl noted that learning about governance only from a textbook is not effective enough, since it is impossible to be sure that a ruler will make the right decisions based only on theoretical knowledge. A true ruler must combine book learning with practical experience to make balanced and wise decisions. Before you begin to rule, you must learn to be impartial and respectful, not allowing yourself to be blinded by power, in order to effectively govern the country, caring for the well-being of all subjects. When the girl stated that the book was just a shell, but in order to understand its meaning, someone had to understand its essence, the man agreed with her. After which, in a raised voice, he added that rumors about the imminent death of the 13th prince had already spread throughout the imperial family, and therefore there was no point in training him, since his fate was predetermined. He asked if the prince would be able to understand what she intended to teach him. The girl answered with conviction in her voice that His Highness was capable of understanding much more than Count Robert, who stood before her. She stressed that the prince has a sharper mind and a greater willingness to absorb complex knowledge than the count. The heroine strongly advised the Count to be more careful and watch his words more closely. She recalled that since ancient times, careless people often shortened their lives due to thoughtless actions and rash statements. Expressing the hope that in the future the Count would become more careful and would carefully monitor his words and actions, the girl, books in hand, gracefully left the library. When the girl finally got all her books, the maid came and announced that she had finished arranging them in alphabetical order. The heroine decided that today was the time to begin serious economic training and asked the prince to read the first 50 pages of the book she gave him. She felt that this was the bare minimum to begin mastering the topic and wanted him to pay special attention to it. The girl added that if something was unclear or aroused particular interest, he could ask her questions immediately after reading all 50 pages. With a smile on her face, she said that there was no need to overdo it today, since it was only the first day of training. The optimal number of pages for deep understanding of the book was only 5 per day. However, the girl suggested that he read as many as 50 pages. The young man was surprised and could not believe that she was talking about such a significant workload on the first day of training. Although the young man was clearly dissatisfied, he did not show it on his face. The girl, not noticing his true emotions, decided that he was happy with everything and that he could easily cope with such a volume of material. She was confident in his abilities and believed that he would easily master the proposed number of pages. The prince, realizing that it was useless to object, sighed heavily and, collecting his thoughts, began to teach. He realized that he now had a difficult task ahead of him, but he had no choice. The only sound in the quiet room was the rustling of pages as the young man became engrossed in his reading, studying the text with concentration. While he was studying, the girl decided that this was the right time to begin her own training. The main character began to perform the ancient technique of returning the spirit of the former emperor's ki, concentrating on casting spells and creating a circle of mana around herself. At that moment, the space was filled with flickering flashes, and she felt how the generated mana filled her body, giving her strength and power. As the girl absorbed the generated mana, the thought occurred to her that Dylan had probably already heard about the incident in the library. She didn't know how he got the information, but thinking back to her past life, she thought it would be much stranger if he didn't know. The heroine decided that if Dylan did ask questions, she would be ready to answer them while remaining calm and clear-headed. For now, the girl preferred to sit quietly, keeping all possible answers in mind and preparing for the development of events. The girl was ready to wait patiently until the young man swallowed her bait. She knew time was on her side and watched his reaction with composure, confident in her plan. When the young man looked at her strangely, the girl assumed that he must be wondering whether she was using mana or not. However, she quickly realized that this was pointless because all the mages around them were quite old, and the ability to use mana was akin to a miracle. This look only confirmed her confidence that he was trying to figure out her tactics, but age and experience were on her side, giving her an advantage in this game. While the girl was thinking about how her existence was going far beyond the norm, the young man suddenly slammed the book shut. He looked up from the pages and confidently declared that he had finished reading. This sharp gesture and his words seemed to interrupt the course of her thoughts, returning both of them to reality, where their eyes met, and the tension in the air became even more palpable. The girl smiled, noting that he finished reading incredibly quickly. It seemed like the sun hadn't even set over the horizon yet. She asked the young man with a smile if he had any questions. The prince, after a moment's hesitation, noticed that she had never spoken about her family. This was unexpectedly interesting to him, and he decided to find out more. The girl mentally answered him that it was quite obvious. She doesn't want to talk about her family with anyone, especially with the young man sitting in front of her. The young man realized that his question was too stupid and inappropriate, causing a prolonged silence. Realizing his mistake, he asked the girl to ignore his words, feeling awkward. This sincere confession eased the tension that had arisen between them, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Since the young man had no more questions, the girl stood up from her seat. She politely suggested that they end their lesson here, to give Dylan a chance to rest and digest the information he had received. The main character smiled softly at the young man and sincerely praised him for a job well done. However, Dylan, lost in his thoughts, did not answer. The girl no longer paid attention to his silence and calmly headed towards the exit. As she walked, she thought about how she had seen a slight tremor in his eyes for a moment, but he hadn't stopped her. This fleeting movement only confirmed her confidence that her words had been received, even though they remained unanswered. But he couldn't avoid her forever, because Dylan was like a plate of water. Every little drop that fell into her was his curiosity, which Charlize skillfully directed. She was looking forward to the moment when the plate would overflow, and once the fish had swallowed the bait, she would not let it escape. Because fishing is an activity where patience is rewarded. As evening approached, the girl completed her bath procedures and, feeling pleasantly relaxed, lay down on the bed. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought about the day that had passed. The main character, lost in her thoughts, suddenly remembered how Dylan asked why she never talks about her family. The question suddenly popped into her mind, making her think about the reasons for her behavior. The girl felt her thoughts increasingly focusing on memories of her past life. She began to delve into her memories, trying to find answers in them and gain the peace of mind she needed now. The girl clearly remembered that Dylan always treated his mother, the seventh concubine, with special reverence. Despite the fact that he was completely unconcerned about the status of his father, the emperor, and all the palace intrigues associated with it, he invariably showed sincere care and affection for his mother. Memories surfaced in her mind that in her past life, this strong and determined woman had also been drawn into a brutal struggle for succession to the throne. The second and fourth concubines constantly tormented the protagonist's mother. The constant intrigues and slander of these women made Dylan's mother's life unbearable. The consequences of this feud were tragic. 6 princes born from these concubines died one after another under mysterious circumstances. Each of them became victims of palace intrigues or accidents. Especially tragic was the death of the crown prince, who blamed the homeland of the seventh concubine, the Shang kingdom. And only the 5th prince, the only one who came to the funeral of the 7th concubine, was able to survive. In the end, the 5th prince, thanks to his nobility, determination, and ability to make difficult decisions, successfully inherited the throne after the emperor's death. For a long time, the main character considered everything that happened to be just a series of random coincidences. But the more time passed, the more she was overcome by the feeling that all this was not accidental. She began to notice strange patterns, the deaths of princes, intrigues at court, mysterious deaths. All of this strangely echoed the fate of Dylan's mother. Dylan ruled the empire from the shadows, skillfully manipulating the emperor and directing state policy while remaining unknown to most of his subjects. This powerful man was not only a skilled politician, but also a talented artist. He wrote heartfelt plays, created beautiful musical compositions, and painted majestic canvases. Only after his death did it become known that behind the mysterious pseudonym lurked a true master whose influence extended to both politics and art, leaving a deep mark on the history of the empire. He improved not only in art, but also in government, law, medicine, agriculture, architecture, and economics. In every field, he achieved outstanding results, leaving behind a legacy that delighted his contemporaries and descendants. After his death, his diary was discovered, which caused a huge stir in the community and mentioned Dylan's mother. The scientists were particularly struck by one of the records, which mentioned a forgotten concubine accused in past centuries. In her will, the 7th Empress made an unusual request to her son. She begged him not to get sick, not to stand out from others, and to survive no matter what. These words, seemingly simple, in fact determined Dylan's entire future destiny. If Dylan's mother had asked him to become an emperor or destroy the empire, he would have carried out her orders without hesitation, considering it his duty. The strength of his mother's will and the importance of her request would have made this task a priority for him, leaving no room for doubts or objections. Charlize believed in the power of time and its ability to put everything in its place, so she did not interfere with Dylan's fate immediately after returning to the past. Because she remembered very well that the 7th concubine was supposed to die this autumn, and the cause of her death was addiction. It is known that the 7th concubine experienced incredible suffering until her death. Therefore, now the main task of the heroine became healing Dylan's mind and feelings, which was the most important thing. Only by restoring his internal balance could one hope for a successful resolution of all subsequent problems. Apparently, she needed to go to the 7th concubine's funeral and stay there until the very end to support Dylan. Charlize, as a sword, accompanied many emperors and was well versed in the tastes of high society, art, and culture. When she heard the sound coming from Dylan's room, she immediately realized that he was playing Draken's secret meeting. She could even imagine the expression on his face now, a mixture of concentration and slight melancholy. To further immerse herself in the atmosphere, she decided to hum a familiar tune. As soon as the young man in the next room heard her voice, he immediately stopped playing the piano. The heroine realized that she had unwittingly frightened him with her sudden appearance and unexpected musical accompaniment. She patiently waited for the moment when the young man would decide to continue the interrupted game. The tension in the room hung in the air like an invisible thread connecting them both. And so, after a few moments, the young man gathered his courage and began to play the piano again. Deciding to support the impromptu duet part, she began to sing, adjusting her voice to the accompaniment of the piano. The composition called Secret Meeting was quite famous among music lovers. This melody conveyed all the shades of the composer's feelings at the moment when he first met his muse and fell in love. The song was both captivating and cautionary. The story behind this composition was shrouded in mystery. The muse, hiding her true face behind a mask of seduction, turned out to be a spy. She used her art of seduction to attract the attention of someone who had less than good intentions. As soon as the young man finished playing, a special atmosphere hung in the room. The girl, enchanted by the magic of the music, smiled softly, acknowledging the power of the melody, which left behind a pleasant aftertaste. Meanwhile, the next morning, the main character's older brother received news that made him frown. He learned that his sister still hadn't responded to the message he sent the day before. She was his sister, so he couldn't just ignore her like his father did, so he sent her a letter, but not replying was really rude of her. This was unusual, because she was always attentive and responded quickly to such things. The only person in the family who showed genuine interest in Charlize was the second son. His attention to her was constant and attentive, which could not go unnoticed. Thinking that it was not that important, the young man decided that he would come and visit her tomorrow. But only those closest to him knew the truth. His interest in Charlize was as fleeting and insignificant as his interest in an ant crawling down the street. Outwardly, he showed attention, but in reality his feelings were superficial and fleeting. In his opinion, Charlize should be happy now, because this was the first time she attracted the attention of her family. He decided not to attach too much importance to the letter or to regard it as a grand gesture, but to focus on training, as a fencing tournament was coming up soon. At this time, His Highness informed the main character that he was going to meet with Her Majesty after dinner. The girl smiled warmly and said that His Highness was free today since they had no classes. Her words conveyed concern for his schedule and a desire to give him the opportunity to rest. She mentally noted that the situation became more delicate when it came to the seventh concubine. The girl didn't want to provoke His Highness too much, so she decided that everything would be fine as long as she didn't cross a certain line. Charlize and Dylan, like oil and water, never mixed, maintaining their opposites and independence. The meeting with the seventh concubine was specially arranged, so Dylan looked unusually dressed today. He dressed in his best clothes and even allowed himself a soft, barely noticeable smile. The girl cautiously asked if he could keep her company. This question made the young man look up at her, but his eyes instantly turned cold. The girl realized that, as she expected, her proposal was not met with approval. He seemed to be in no mood for communication. The main character was preparing for a refusal, mentally preparing herself for an unpleasant conversation. However, to her great surprise, the young man, after a few moments of hesitation, unexpectedly agreed. This unexpected turn of events made the girl look at him in confusion, not believing her ears. She had not expected such a turn of events and was now trying to understand what could have caused such a change in his decision. Although she was deeply shocked by this unexpected turn of events, the girl smiled softly and sincerely thanked His Highness. At that moment, she thought that he looked like a kitten who at first wanted to run away, but in the end stayed to be petted. Seeing her reaction, the young man unexpectedly admitted that this was the first time he had met a person who was truly interested in Her Majesty. The main character was momentarily confused and remained silent. She could not openly say that her interest was not just curiosity, but a carefully thought-out step. A little later, His Highness added that when the heroine meets Her Majesty, she will certainly feel sincere sympathy for her. According to him, Her Majesty is an unusually kind and good person, possessing a rare spiritual kindness that immediately wins hearts. These words made the girl think even more about the upcoming meeting and what impression she would make on such a respected person. At that moment, she realized that it was only at times like this, when it came to the seventh concubine, that Dylan acted in accordance with his age. In order to properly prepare for an important meeting, the main character asked her maid to help her choose an outfit. She wanted to look her best and make a good impression. However, the maid smiled softly and remarked that any outfit would suit her mistress perfectly. These words touched the main character, and without hesitation, she chose a dress in delicate pastel shades. She asked the maid with interest if she thought Her Majesty would appreciate this dress. The maid, after thinking for a moment, replied that she had an idea of what kind of jewelry would go perfectly with this outfit and would surely please Her Majesty. She took out some exquisite sapphire jewelry, earrings and a necklace with small but very beautiful sapphires that shimmered with all shades of blue. The heroine looked at the jewelry with admiration and admitted that she liked them very much. The maid noticed that these stones would perfectly complement her pastel-colored dress and highlight her natural beauty. She was sure that such a choice would certainly receive the approval of Her Majesty, since their deep blue color matches the shade of the prince's eyes. The heroine smiled, realizing that her decision to wear these decorations could not only please the prince, but also gain the queen's favor. The maid addressed the main character with genuine warmth and sincerity, telling her that she looked simply magnificent. Having carefully thought out her image, the girl decided to do everything possible to impress Dylan. Finally, she went downstairs, where Dylan was already waiting for her with a bouquet of fresh flowers. The young man's face, which had maintained a cool expression the entire time, faltered for a moment. Something elusive flashed in his eyes, either surprise or admiration, but he quickly pulled himself together and turned away, hiding his emotions. Not paying attention to his restraint, the girl followed the young man. They headed to the residence where the seventh concubine was. The girl found it hard to believe that half of Dylan's budget was spent on maintaining a seventh concubine. But now, finding herself in this luxurious mansion, she was finally convinced of the truth of these rumors. The girl was amazed by the number of maids who served one single woman. There were at least 5 maids bustling around her, each with her own special duties. She understood that in other palaces and residences, only the most influential persons could afford such luxury. The heroine knew that the seventh concubine occupied a special place in Dylan's heart, but the reality turned out to be much more impressive than all the rumors she had heard before. As soon as they entered the room, the young man, without wasting a second, headed straight to the bed. His mother lay on top of her, looking extremely exhausted. With a barely noticeable but sincere smile on his face, the son approached the bed and handed her a bouquet of fresh flowers. He said that recently there has been incredible heat, so intense that after just 20 minutes of being outside, clothes become damp with sweat and the body becomes sticky. He also noted that the sky is now clear and bright blue, as it had recently rained, leaving behind many snow-white clouds. It was the first time the heroine had seen Dylan so enthusiastic and talkative, especially when he enthusiastically described the weather. The reason for such talkativeness was his attentive attitude towards the seventh concubine, who, due to her condition, could not go outside. When the woman asked what flowers were blooming now, His Highness smiled and told her about the flowers of this time of year. He noted that in the gardens and meadows one can now see blooming leucostrife and wild grasses, filling the air with their aroma. The young man proudly pointed to the bouquet he had collected today to show her all the beauty of fresh flowers. After that, he shared his observations. He said that the wind here is usually cold, so it is not as hot in the shade as it might seem. He also noted that the grass now looks much brighter than in the spring, filling the landscape with rich green hues. The drought that everyone feared did not come, and this became the cause of general rejoicing. The heroine, watching them, suddenly remembered that she had previously heard an interesting story about the main character's mother. It was rumored that she was a princess of the Shang Kingdom. These memories made her wonder what influence the princess's origins might have had on the fate of her son and the events unfolding around them. No matter how neglected and forgotten this concubine was, she always retained her elegance. No sweet or tender word could fully describe her refined beauty. Gracefulness was what best suited her graceful nature, despite all the hardships and privations that had befallen her. The blonde knew very well what happened to the seventh concubine. As soon as she gave life to Dylan, she was poisoned, and since then she lived in constant suffering and illness. Watching this woman drag out her miserable existence made the girl feel uncomfortable, although she took her condition into account in her plan. Even though it was still summer outside, time continued its inexorable march. When the cold autumn came, the concubine would suffer from unbearable pain, and only one remedy would be able to help her. Her torment would become more and more unbearable with each passing day, and the only way to ease her suffering was to use the rare herb heli. The heli herb was so rare that its possession was a privilege only for the emperor himself, but the emperor, despite his power and wealth, would never waste such a valuable medicine on the seventh concubine. While the girl was thinking about how to get the precious herb heli, an idea came to her mind. She remembered that in the past, the emperor had held a fencing competition that was held around this time of year. And the emperor fulfilled the winner's wish, showing his generosity and attention to traditions. The fencing competition, which was held for the first time in 10 years, attracted many participants from all over the country and even from other countries. This tournament was a truly unique event, as absolutely anyone could take part in it, regardless of age, gender, or nationality. Since the emperor could satisfy even the wildest desires of the participants, be it the right to own a luxurious mansion or rare jewels, the competition in these competitions was incredibly fierce. Many talented swordsmen sought to prove their superiority, hoping to gain the emperor's favor and the coveted reward. However, for the main character, this did not become a serious obstacle, as her fencing skills were truly outstanding. The main character was well aware of Dylan's character and principles, so she was going to ask the emperor for Hallie's herb. She knew that he was famous for his memory of good deeds and never forgot those who did him a favor. While the main character was immersed in her thoughts, Her Majesty, who had long noticed her presence, turned her attention to her son. The woman noticed that he did not come alone and decided to find out who his new companion was. The young man hesitated a little and then turned to the main character. The main character felt uncomfortable when the attentive glances of her mother and son were directed at her. Having collected his thoughts, the young man began to apologize to his mother for the late performance. The main character, overcoming her internal tension, took a step forward with a slight smile on her face. She bowed gracefully to the seventh concubine, showing respect and dignity. The girl, realizing the significance of the moment, said that this was their first meeting and introduced herself as Charlize from the Ronin family. The woman noted with surprise that the prince already had an imperial tutor. She admitted that she had not thought about it, believing that he was still too young for such training. As the prince rose from his seat, his mother, looking at him with maternal concern, said that her son still had much to learn. Despite his difficult character, she asked the girl to be patient and work hard at teaching him. The heroine was surprised to notice that the seventh concubine completely trusted her as a teacher. She had heard that in the Shang kingdom it was a tradition and part of the culture to shame their children and publicly praise their rivals. Having found out that the woman emphasized modesty and valued kindness, Charlize informed her that the prince was so good that she had almost nothing to teach him. When the heroine said that she was amazed by the prince's abilities, the woman could not help but smile. She noted that this was very encouraging and her heart was filled with joy. The seventh concubine couldn't believe her ears when she learned that her son's tutor was a man from such a noble family as Ronin. The main character took the woman's hand, which she extended to her. She noted that the hands were very weak and fragile, as they belonged to a person who had been bedridden for a long time. However, despite their fragility, the hands remained warm and indicated that they belonged to a caring person. The warmth emanating from the seventh concubine seemed to envelop the heroine and penetrate straight into her heart. This gentle warmth, mixed with maternal care, caused a strange feeling of heaviness in her chest. She suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt for what she intended to do to this woman's son. After that, the main character left the seventh concubine's residence. They had to leave her chambers, as she needed to rest and gain strength. The seventh concubine was very eager to appear in the best possible light to everyone, and especially did not want to show weakness to her son. It was important for her to remain the way she had always been in the eyes of her son, reliable and unshakable. The main character now understood why Dylan did not visit his mother often. He didn't want to make her feel awkward and vulnerable. The main character was deep in thought when suddenly the young man walking in front of her froze in place. He stopped abruptly and turned to meet Charlize's gaze. Not understanding what was happening, the girl still smiled at the young man. But he did not reciprocate her feelings. His face remained completely unperturbed, and his gaze was piercing and scrutinizing. He just stood there and watched her intently, as if trying to unravel some secret hidden behind her smile. The girl realized that the young man was not going to start a conversation. Realizing that the pause was dragging on, she decided to take the initiative. She told the young man that his words were true, because after meeting the seventh concubine in person, she was convinced that she was a very nice person. In the hot summer, the sun's rays are strong, just like the seventh concubine, so the main character couldn't help but admire her. She smiled softly at the young man and said that his mother was a woman worthy of respect. The heroine noted that this woman had an amazing combination of wisdom, kindness, and inner strength. It was already midday, but Charlize looked like a starry blaze shimmering high in the night sky. Her eyes were dark blue, like the night sky, and there was some mysterious beauty hidden in their depths. The prince looked thoughtfully at Charlize and suggested that such extraordinary beauty was entirely due to her family genes. He knew that she was the daughter of an archduchess who was famous for her Cinderella-like appearance. Charlize had such a powerful charisma that her presence instantly attracted the attention of everyone around her. In the young man's opinion, Charlize looked more like a bright flower than a delicate one. Deciding not to think about it for now, the young man focused on what was in front of him. He sincerely thanked Charlize for complimenting his mother. Dylan wasn't hesitant because of Charlize's appearance. He was confused by something else. To him, she looked more like cold metal than a person. Remembering the subtitle of the song Secret Meeting, Roses Have Thorns, Dylan thought about Charlize's character. The girl had a very special aura. It didn't look like a rose with thorns, but rather resembled a sharp sword. The young man, feeling uncomfortable, confessed to the girl that she seemed very strange to him. The heroine, feeling interested, asked herself what exactly prompted him to think such thoughts. When the prince frankly admitted to the girl that he considered her much stranger than she considered him, surprise flashed in her eyes. The main character couldn't stand riddles and omissions, so she didn't understand what this confession meant. However, this was the first time Dylan had openly told her how he felt, and she was sure he had good intentions. Despite her dislike of mystery, she felt the sincerity in his words and believed that there was something important and meaningful behind it. The girl, trying to clarify the situation, said that he could always ask her if he was interested in something, but the young man, as expected, fell silent. The blonde couldn't understand what exactly motivated the young man when he told her such things. His words seemed dangerous to her, as if there was some hidden meaning behind them that could change everything. Therefore, the girl decided to approach the young man in order to resolve the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. She felt that they needed to have a frank conversation and get everything straight before the situation got out of control. The girl explained to the young man that she didn't think he was strange, but was just waiting. The main character was waiting for the moment when she could touch his clean slate. A canvas that will turn black if you paint it with black paint, or turn red if you dip it in red paint. Their conversation, remaining unspoken and full of hints, gradually faded away. After they went to their rooms, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. When Charlize fell asleep, she dreamed of events that happened in her past life. She saw herself standing in a gloomy hall where muffled cries of pain and suffering could be heard. Scenes from the distant past appeared before her eyes when one of the emperors used her gift, her abilities, to commit terrible deeds. She remembered how innocent people fell under the sword, their screams echoing through the palace corridors. In these memories, she saw the fear and despair in the eyes of those who fell victim to her abilities. Every cry, every suffering came to life in her dream, bringing with it a sense of guilt and pain. In her dream, the girl felt as if she was trapped, surrounded by accusations and misunderstanding. Everyone around continued to blame a certain sword, which, as they believed, was devouring people without distinguishing who was right and who was wrong. Deciding that they wouldn't understand what it was like to go through this hell until they felt it themselves, the girl vowed that she would never forget what the Empire had done to her. The memories of the hell she had experienced became a kind of anchor for the girl, keeping her on the brink of madness. They were the only thing that kept her sane in this world. After the girl was able to escape from the shackles of her nightmare, she took a few moments to come to her senses. Her hands involuntarily clutched the blanket, as if it could protect her from the horror she had just experienced. Gradually, consciousness returned, and she realized that she was not in that nightmarish place from the dream, but the feeling of anxiety still did not leave her. To clear her head and get rid of the remnants of the nightmare, the main character decided that physical activity would help her come to her senses. She began to analyze her condition, trying to understand why her eyes were wet with tears. The main character suggested that the tears could have been the result of a strong emotional shock, because the nightmare left a feeling of fear and helplessness in her soul. She also admitted that it could have been accumulated anger at the unfair events of the dream and sadness over the lost security, because even in the dream she could not protect herself from this horror. The blonde considered herself pathetic because she wanted to turn into a monster for the sake of revenge, realizing that she was not able to achieve her goals otherwise. She understood that her desire for retribution was so great that even transformation into a creature devoid of humanity seemed to her the only way to achieve justice. With one last swing of her sword, she looked up to see the first rays of sun beginning to break through the horizon. At that moment, the girl realized that emotions were an unaffordable luxury for her. When the maid came to check on her, the girl said that she had decided to skip breakfast and wanted to take a bath. Her voice sounded calm, but her eyes were tired, as if she was trying to get rid of all her thoughts and worries by plunging into hot water. She couldn't stop these nightmares that haunted her at night, but when she woke up, she had to be in shape to train the prince. Watching His Highness, the girl wondered why they had spent half a month mastering the simplest stance. While the girl was trying to sort out her thoughts and decide what to do next, a maid approached her. The maid approached the girl and announced that a guest had arrived who wished to see the 13th prince immediately. The main character showed interest in the identity of the guest who had arrived and asked the maid to tell her the details. The maid reported that the guest was His Highness the 9th Prince. The girl continued her story, clarifying that His Highness the 9th Prince was currently waiting in the painting room located on the first floor of the palace. Although His Highness the 9th Prince arrived without a prior invitation, his status as a member of the imperial family made the visit highly anticipated and significant. She understood that even without prior arrangement, the prince's presence required special attention. Charlize turned to the protagonist and announced that this was where they should end today's lesson. As they headed to the painting room, the girl decided to ask Mary about the details of the 9th Prince's visit. The maid, after a little hesitation, admitted that she did not know the exact reasons for the 9th Prince's visit, but a second later she added that she was sure of one thing: the prince wanted to meet the main character as well. Charlize knew that the 9th Prince would hardly have gone all this way for the Ronin family, but the only thing that mattered was the fact that in the past, for a certain period of time, the 9th Prince remained alive. He was used as a tool to expose a certain woman, and it was this story that made his figure significant in this situation. Wanting to find out the true motives for the visit, the girl, accompanied by His Highness, entered the room. They were met by the 9th Prince, who was lounging on the sofa. He looked very relaxed, which further increased the feeling of uncertainty among his interlocutors. When the prince saw that the man from the Ronin family was not a knight but a woman, he was extremely surprised. The way he immediately addressed her made it clear to the protagonist that he was completely ignoring Dylan, his younger brother. His behavior was demonstrative, not a single glance in the direction of the young man, not a hint of a greeting. While the main character, lost in her thoughts, silently analyzed what was happening, the prince, also without taking his eyes off, carefully watched her. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how unfounded his initial fears were. He was glad to see that the heroine was not a scary person with a sword who could stab him at any moment, but a girl who received the title of knight thanks to her face. Despite his harsh and even rude words, the girl remained surprisingly calm and unperturbed. At first he thought of her as a modest 15-year-old princess, but now, seeing a confident and unusual girl in front of him, his interest flared up, destroying all stereotypical expectations. He asked if the heroine was really a teacher, since it was said that all she knew how to do was flirt. The 9th Prince was only a year older than the heroine, but he said things that absolutely shouldn't have been said in a situation like this. For a girl, he was very young, considering the several centuries she had lived as Kira. She said that she came here because the maid told him that he wanted to see her. The young man explained that he was very curious about what she was thinking when she decided to become the 13th prince's mentor. The blonde confidently stated that she had detailed her motivation in her resume, and if he was really curious, he should have looked at it first before asking questions. When the young man suddenly asked if she would drive away the guest who had just arrived, the girl was stunned. He didn't speak so informally, even with Dylan, so the main character wasn't used to his style of communication. Strictly speaking, his manner of communication was within the framework of imperial etiquette, but this did not calm the main character at all. When he invited her to sit down and have a cup of tea, the girl still remained in her place, as if petrified. She turned to her student, hoping to find support in his gaze, or at least a hint of what she should do. However, the young man only looked at her calmly, maintaining complete silence. With this silent gesture, he made it clear that he did not intend to interfere in what was happening. Therefore, the girl came to the conclusion that this time the 9th prince would die earlier, most likely in a struggle for power. At this point, His Highness curiously asked why she did not become his knight, since he was clearly more worthy and better than the little prince. He added that since she liked swords so much, she could be called the 9th prince's sword, and that would be a worthy and honorable title. His words sounded more like a hint at her possible role in his plans than a sincere recognition of her merits. The young man declared that she could become a living imperial sword without thinking about the consequences of his thoughtless words. The main character froze in her place, remembering how much suffering the title of Living Sword of the Empire brought her. She remembered how everyone around her cursed her, blaming the cursed sword for their troubles and misfortunes. The young man, unaware of how much anger the main character was feeling, curiously asked her if anyone deserved such a title so easily. He stated that the opportunity to become the Emperor's sword was a great honor, but the main character disagreed with him. She believed that such a title brings not only recognition, but also difficult trials that not everyone can endure. Her disagreement with her interlocutor's opinion was obvious, because she knew the price that had to be paid for such a high title. She asked if he realized that such words should not be spoken rashly. For her, life as an emperor's sword was without a drop of respect, and with scars that everyone ignored. She saw many people neglect the hardships and suffering that came with that title. Her hatred for the imperial family continued to grow, as she could not accept how lightly they treated the hardships and trials that befell her. With a smile on her face, the girl asked if he had heard of the sword, and her charming smile made His Highness blush. The girl proudly announced that she was a princess from the House of Ronin and the mentor of the 13th prince, thereby emphasizing her high position and the importance of her mission. She stated that even representatives of royal families have no right to insult her, since her honor is protected not only by her origin, but also by her duty to the prince. The girl intended to impress the prince by mentioning the name of the Grand Duke, but she quickly realized that there was a more effective way to influence him. She was outraged by the offensive words that were spoken towards her ward. Now the mentor demanded a duel with the prince, considering this the only way to restore justice and protect the honor of her student. After her statement, there was a moment of silence in the room. Everyone present began to digest the unexpected and bold statement she had just made. When the 9th prince clarified the meaning of her words, the girl explained that she was previously a knight before taking up the position of imperial tutor. She stressed that her experience as a knight allows her not to consider a duel as something impossible. After her words, the young man chuckled incredulously. He was sure that girls were not even capable of touching a sword. Their destiny was only to wear medals and jewelry. This thought strengthened his confidence in his superiority, and that physical strength and fighting skills were not for them. After clearing his throat, the young man decided that this princess was exactly the same as the others. Therefore, he stated that he agreed to a duel, but it would not be he himself who would perform, but his bodyguard. This man was the young man's trusted confidant and had all the necessary skills for such a duel. The man wanted to condescendingly note that the girl could still change her mind and refuse the duel, but she was adamant. The main character made it clear that her decision was final, thereby demonstrating the firmness of her intentions and confidence in the correctness of her choice. Representatives of the 5th Knightly Order decided to watch their duel. The entire arena was filled with hubbub and anticipation of the upcoming event. Everyone was excitedly discussing the upcoming duel between the Princess of the Grand Duchy and the honorary knight and bodyguard of the Ninth Prince. While everyone was betting on the outcome of the duel, trying to predict who would be the winner, the main character's student suddenly called out to her. The main character turned around, looking in surprise and questioningly at the young man, who clearly wanted to tell her something. However, although the young man called out to her, he said nothing afterwards, and the tension between them grew. The girl's eyes met the boy's eyes, and she realized that he had deliberately given her the opportunity to start the conversation first. While the girl tried to calm Dylan down, assuring him that she would be fine, the Ninth Prince turned to his knights with a barely noticeable smile on his face. The prince said that he was acting solely in accordance with the princess's wishes. But the knights were still unhappy with his decision, as they thought it was low of him to put a novice knight against a murderer. They believed that such a duel would jeopardize the young lady's honor and unfairly expose her to danger. But at that moment, when the main character confidently raised the heavy long sword, everyone present involuntarily fell silent. The faces of the spectators froze in amazement. No one expected that a fragile-looking girl would be able to hold such a massive weapon with such ease. Even the most experienced fighters looked at each other, amazed by her confidence and strength. However, despite the general bewilderment and admiring glances of those present, the Ninth Prince's knight did not care. As soon as the judge overseeing the duel announced that the fight was about to begin, the Knight Prince turned to the girl with cold confidence. At first, the knight intended to give the girl the opportunity to make the first attack, enjoying her confusion and giving her a chance to prove herself. However, after thinking for a few moments, the knight came to the conclusion that the girl would still not be able to properly use the opportunity to attack. In his eyes, she looked too confused and inexperienced for such a decisive moment. With lightning speed, he began the attack, not giving the girl a second to think. His movements were precise, as if he knew that this particular move would allow him to immediately seize the initiative in the fight. The hall froze in anticipation. The spectators understood that the fight promised to be tense and unpredictable because the man chose aggressive tactics from the very beginning. No one expected that the girl, who had been standing motionless like a statue until then, would suddenly smile slightly. At that moment, she made a smooth, almost imperceptible movement, dodging the glittering sword of her opponent. The blow seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving the mercenary in disbelief. His attack had just been in vain. Now everyone understood that this, at first glance, confused girl was not so simple at all. Her calmness and confidence at that moment became obvious to everyone present. The knight's eyes flashed angrily, realizing that his dignity was under threat. Spectators, accustomed to majestic and predictable fights, were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that a girl whom everyone considered inexperienced was able to outwit an experienced knight so masterfully. The audience in the hall froze in horror as they watched the knight, blinded by rage and humiliation, make a desperate attempt to kill Charlize. The man's sword contained all his will to live, all his accumulated rage and strength. He put not only technique into this blow, but also all his determination to prove his superiority, but the girl remained unperturbed. To his surprise and even shock, his powerful blow missed the target. Charlize met his attack with surprising ease. Her movements seemed to be in slow motion, but at the same time incredibly precise. It was as if she read her opponent's movements in advance, anticipating his every step, and her block was flawless. The sword only slid along her weapon, causing no harm. The girl didn't just defend herself. She did it with such ease, as if playfully, that everyone understood that before them was not just a skilled knight, but a true master of his craft. Instead of striking back, she made a graceful and unexpected gesture. With a light movement of her sword, she tore the elastic band from the man's hair. This simple act had a deep meaning. She demonstrated her power and control over the situation. Feeling a deep shock from the unexpected turn of events, the knight growled in indignation. His face contorted with rage, and he rushed at the main character again with redoubled force. However, the girl, seeing his uncontrollable impulse, decided that it was time to act. At the moment when the man rushed at her with a furious cry, the girl reacted with lightning speed. She leapt into the air with amazing ease and grace, her body arcing through the air in a graceful backflip. After completing the somersault, she landed softly on both feet, maintaining her balance and ready for further action. Maintaining a cool mask, the girl rushed at the man with lightning speed. Her movements were precise and calculated, as if practiced to the point of automatism. She knew no mercy, and began to mercilessly strike blow after blow at his body. Spectators watched in shock as she used her strength and speed to effectively disable her opponent. Her arms moved with incredible speed, and her legs remained ready to support any unexpected maneuver. There was no fear or doubt in her eyes, only cold determination and calculation. She methodically attacked, forcing the enemy to retreat further and further until he was on the defensive. Charlize didn't give him a second to rest, continuing to methodically strike until she felt that her opponent was completely immobilized. Methodically striking, the girl continued her attack, but thoughts swarmed in her head. She wondered if she would have been so angry if the emperor had shown even a little respect. The emperor could hear her every word, could see her suffering, but he remained indifferent. To him, she was just another piece on the chessboard which could be moved at will. This thought only increased her anger, so she continued to methodically attack her opponent, pouring out all her anger and frustration in these blows. She remembered how the emperor had used her family against her, manipulating their lives. His threats echoed in her head, reminding her of how ruthless he could be. Her gaze became even colder and more piercing as she looked at the 9th prince who stood before her, trembling with fear. There was horror in his eyes. He saw before him not just an angry girl, but a monster capable of anything. Satisfied that he had read her intention, the heroine turned and walked away, leaving the prince to digest what he had seen. An oppressive silence reigned in the hall, broken only by the heavy breathing of the prince, who realized what had just happened. Amidst the general shocked silence, the main character resolutely walked towards the knight. Her movements were quick and confident, each step echoing in the tense silence. Reaching the knight, she put her sword to his throat without hesitation. At that moment, everyone present froze, not daring to interrupt what was happening. The knight, realizing the gravity of the situation, realized that resistance was futile. Kneeling, he acknowledged his defeat, bowing his head in complete submission. His words were not necessary. The action spoke for itself, demonstrating recognition of her strength and power. As soon as the judge announced the victory of Charlize of the Ronin family, the prince quickly approached the girl. The young man, with deep remorse, began to ask her forgiveness for his accusation. He assured that he had no intention of damaging Dylan's reputation or disrespecting the princess. The young man stressed that all responsibility for what happened lies with him alone, after which he fled. The girl accepted his apology and, turning to the 9th prince's knight, firmly stated that he must immediately go to the infirmary. Charlize accepted the apology and, turning to the knight of the 9th prince, spoke in a voice that made both of them shudder in fear. There was an unyielding authority in her tone, but to their surprise, she only calmly advised them to take the knight to the infirmary. The prince and his attendant immediately headed towards the exit of the arena, and His Highness the 13th Prince followed suit, assuring him that he would need about a month of treatment, but he would be fine. Meanwhile, a servant approached the main character and said that he would take care of her sword. Since the main character recognized the man, the girl silently handed him the weapon. The main character and her student were already heading back to the palace when suddenly a maid behind them called out to the princess and noted with surprise that she looked like a real knight. Her manners and skills made such an impression on the maid that she could not help but remark admiringly. The maid did not have time to finish her enthusiastic monologue when she was suddenly interrupted by the prince, who delicately hinted that he would prefer to have dinner earlier today. His words caused the servants to bow their heads in respect, and the conversations instantly died down. An atmosphere of respect and silence hung in the air, broken only by the light rustling of the courtiers going about their business. Noticing that they were alone, the girl thought that the prince would want to know about her fencing skills. However, to her surprise, His Highness suddenly asked why she demanded a duel specifically for his honor. The girl was confused, not expecting such a question, and was not sure how to respond correctly to such an unexpected interest. Brunette added that he was not sure whether her goal was truly to protect his honor, or whether she had other motives. He was also interested in how she knew he was tired of this life. The princess understood that every word she said had great importance. Once spoken, they have the power to take deep root in the minds of others. Thoughts, like flowers, will blossom in people's minds and turn into a complex pattern that will make them endlessly reflect and return to what was said. Therefore, she must be extremely careful in her speech, carefully weighing every word in order to avoid making mistakes, the consequences of which could be irreversible. The girl asked the young man with interest whether he had ever imagined that there were other geniuses as outstanding as he was. This question was not just curiosity, but a desire to understand how he perceives his uniqueness and whether he sees people like himself around him. The girl explained that, being a genius, she was also familiar with these feelings, and she could understand the young man. The young man looked at the girl suspiciously. He admitted that she did indeed have certain abilities, but stated that there was no one in this world like him. On one hand, his words might have seemed arrogant, but this was Dylan, a man whose incredible abilities and achievements spoke for themselves. When the girl asked him if he knew what the word self-esteem meant, the young man explained that it was the process of a person evaluating himself. He noted that self-esteem is formed under the influence of various factors, such as character, personal views, and values, as well as family foundations. The main character nodded, stating that she realized that she had high self-esteem even before she knew such a term existed. However, the young man did not understand how this was related to the topic of their conversation, so the girl decided to explain. The heroine was sure that Dylan had the same situation. He was always firmly confident in himself. The unshakable reality, which he never doubted throughout his life, was due to the fact that from birth, this boy was a genius. His innate abilities and self-confidence made him special. The blonde didn't care even if no one knew about her abilities, because the main character didn't need recognition. She just knew that she could get whatever she wanted, and she got it without saying a word, which is why her self-esteem always remained high. In this world where an apple is red and a bird can fly, such simple truths are known even to a small child. Dylan knew from a young age how special and incredible he was. For him, this was not just knowledge, but an immutable law of the universe, although sometimes there was a feeling that it was better to hide his peculiarity and live peacefully, forgetting about it. The girl knew that the young man felt empty, because only by wishing for something could he immediately get it. He was terribly tired of those who would be happy remaining ordinary and not striving for more. He thought that perhaps the lives of ordinary people would be interesting, so he hid his abilities and tried to fit in with others. However, it wasn't as fun as he expected. Now he was no longer interested in watching those who could not even understand true values and lived with superficial joys. This realization brought him even more disappointment in those around him. Now the young man was no longer interested in continuing to observe those who could not even understand true values. He began to realize how superficial and empty their lives were. This realization made him think deeply about his own aspirations and goals, and gradually he realized that the main character was right in her arguments. Her wisdom and insight opened his eyes to the fact that true happiness and satisfaction can only be found in self-realization and following one's destiny. Recognizing this fact brought him a sense of relief and understanding that his unique abilities should be used and not hidden from the world. The girl remembered how a young man once asked her if she fought for his honor. The question had taken her by surprise at the time, but now she was able to answer him, confirming her feelings. She clearly realized that all this time she had really been fighting for his honor, for the opportunity to be near him. After the young man gave her permission to express her thoughts, the girl stated that he had every right to be wary of her, as he was of other people, and could ignore her if he had difficulty coping with the uncertainty. She understood his doubts and was prepared for the fact that he might not immediately accept her as she was. If he can't decide between total ignoring and obsessing, she won't mind if he's completely absorbed in his thoughts about her. The words about complete neglect and obsession touched Dylan deeply. As soon as he felt a strong desire, all previous methods and means of retreat lost their meaning for him. Charlize accurately guessed his condition, declaring that she would accept any form of the prince's obsession. Her confidence that she was ready for any manifestation of his feelings this time destroyed the invisible wall surrounding the young man. On this day, the main character asked His Highness to grant her a 4-day vacation, explaining that she needed to prepare for an important tournament. However, she faced a serious problem. She needed to somehow hide her true identity so that no one would find out about her true plans. She understood that this was necessary to maintain confidentiality and security, since participation in the tournament could attract unwanted attention to her person. The main character understood that in men's clothes she would still look like a woman if she didn't solve the hair issue. Simply tying it into a regular ponytail or bun wouldn't have helped. Her long hair would have still given away her gender. So she was faced with two options, either cutting her hair short, which was unusual for her, or wearing a wig. After she tried to hide her figure, the girl realized that at least Dylan would definitely recognize her. Her fears grew when she thought about the knights who would be watching the competition. Among them, there could well be those who belonged to the Archduke's family and were familiar with her appearance. The girl thought that she would have to cut her hair in order to at least look a little like a man. At that moment, she noticed that fairies had come to her longtime companions, who came to her to replenish their strength. However, to her surprise, this time the fairies did not come because they were hungry. It turned out that they possessed magic that could help her look like a man and remain unrecognizable. They suggested using charms that could change her facial features, make her voice deeper, and create the illusion of masculinity in her appearance. The fairies performed a magical transformation on her. They changed the color of her hair to a brown shade and tamed it, giving it a special depth and shine. They made the girl's eyes black, but they did it so skillfully that the new color looked not just spectacular, but beautiful and elegant. The fairy magic made her features sharper and more masculine, and her gaze more penetrating and confident. Now her transformed appearance radiated a completely different energy, completely consistent with the image of a young man. The main character's fingers became a little thicker, and when she spoke, the girl realized that her voice became much lower and deeper. She was told that in order to return to her original state and become a girl again, she must blow out the flame of the candle. Realizing that in order to return to her original form, she only needed to extinguish the candle, the girl turned to the fairies with a feeling of deep gratitude. She didn't expect that they would offer her such a simple, yet effective way to remove the spell. Her amazement only increased when she realized how useful and concrete their help had been. The girl looked at the fairies with warmth and smiled at them sincerely. She was deeply grateful for their help and participation. Her gaze expressed gratitude for the fact that they had given her this amazing transformation. The fairies smiled back, their faces glowing with joy that their magic had brought her benefit and joy. As soon as the fairies finally disappeared, the girl turned to the mirror again. She mentally reminded herself that now she needed to be even more careful and attentive. Realizing that her appearance had changed, she decided to adapt her speech style to suit her new image. In any case, now she didn't have to worry about being discovered. The only thing she had to think about was the tournament, as the qualifying round was scheduled for tomorrow. The tournament was held for the first time in 10 years, and therefore it was expected that there would be a large number of participants. But the main character did not doubt her strength. Remembering her past, she again felt confident in her abilities. Before her return, Charlize had never participated in a fencing tournament because the Archduke rejoiced at his son's successes more than at any of his daughter's actions. Back then, she just watched as her older brother and father excitedly discussed the upcoming tournament, made plans, and anticipated the exciting events. But this time, everything changed, and for the first time in all these years, Charlize wanted not just to watch from the sidelines, but to enter the fight herself, to show her skills, and most importantly, to win. The girl carefully watched the preparations for the tournament and noted for herself that tens of thousands of participants actually came to the competition. The spectacle was impressive. The hall was filled with knights from all corners of the country and even the world, each of whom sought to prove his superiority. She understood that with so many participants, the pre-selection would take a considerable amount of time. The host said that an unusual method is used in the qualifying round. There are 36 balls in the box, and the task drawn determines the nature of the test for the participants. When the leader takes out the ball, the task indicated on it becomes the test that the knight must successfully pass in order to continue participating in the tournament. The main character was already mentally prepared for this test, since she knew about it in advance. When the man voiced the conditions of the task, to escape from the illusory dungeon and be among the first 1,000 people, she only nodded, as if she heard what she had long suspected, unlike the other participants. The illusory dungeon was a magically created labyrinth that seemed completely real. Even though the participants felt like they were fighting real monsters, all the obstacles were just an illusion. Even if any of the participants were injured in this dungeon, in reality, it was just a decoration, and no one could receive real injuries. Everything around was created with the help of magic, creating a complete sense of reality of what was happening. To be among the 1,000 who passed, the knights had to overcome their fears and cut down a monster that did not actually exist. The more the knight was afraid, the more real and frightening the monsters became in his imagination. It was a kind of test. The more fear the knight felt, the more furious and aggressive the illusory creatures he had to fight looked. Having explained everything thoroughly, the host asked the participants to enter the dungeon. He stated that once 1,000 participants successfully pass the test, the selection stage will be automatically completed. While many participants dropped out of the competition due to severe fear, the main character easily passed all the tests. She was not afraid of the illusory monsters, and she cut them in half with her sword without any problems. Her calm and determination were so great that even the most terrifying creatures of the dungeon seemed to her to be nothing more than light obstacles in the way. The main character had already seen the exit from the dungeon and was close to completing her test. The joy of her imminent release overwhelmed her, but she had not yet had time to enjoy this feeling when suddenly another monster came out of the darkness to meet her. A huge creature blocked her path to freedom, and she was forced to engage in combat with it. She focused, raised her sword, and rushed to attack, and with each blow she came closer to victory, until finally she cut the monster in half, freeing her path to long-awaited freedom. The girl slowly walked on, looking around carefully. The more she looked at the surrounding space, the more she became convinced of its amazing beauty. Every corner of the dungeon, which at first glance seemed gloomy and frightening, upon closer examination revealed its true essence to her. Looking back at the illusory fish-like creatures that swam before her eyes, the girl felt a strange sense of peace. Having collected her thoughts, the girl resolutely headed back to continue the competition. When the main character finally emerged from the dungeon onto the surface, she was momentarily blinded by a bright flash of light. The sun's rays, breaking through the thick clouds, blindingly cut into her eyes, forcing her to close them. But a second later, she came to her senses and saw that one of the test organizers was standing in front of her with a joyful smile on his face and congratulating her on successfully passing the test. The heroine became the 85th participant who managed to overcome all the difficulties of the dungeon. When the main character was given a card with her number, she was a little surprised. She still had a 2-digit number, although she walked very slowly towards the exit. Looking thoughtfully at her card, the girl again reminded herself that the main tests would begin tomorrow. Meanwhile, the day before the tournament began, at Duke Ronan's estate, the main character's older brother was interrogating his servant. He couldn't believe that, according to the messenger, Charlize had received the letter several days ago, but had never responded to it. This raised many questions and suspicions in him. The young man interrogated the servant to explain the reason for the lack of an answer. His persistence and demands increased with each passing minute, making the servant nervous and looking for excuses. Finally making up his mind, the dark-haired man told his master that Lady Charlize had deliberately not written a reply. His frank confession caused even more concern in the main character's older brother and made him think about the motives behind this act. Certain that Charlize would never do such a thing, the blonde stared at the servant in shock. His eyes widened in surprise and his face expressed disbelief. He could not believe that his sister could ignore the letter without a good reason. The servant cowered under his gaze and stared at the floor, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. The blonde, meanwhile, continued to deny reality, as he believed that Charlize simply did not know that he had written to her. He convinced himself of this version, hoping to find a simple explanation for her silence. But unfortunately, he was taking wishful thinking for reality, ignoring the obvious facts and the servant's growing anxiety. When he asked again if the young man was sure, the servant said that he had personally verified that the main character had received the letter. He watched from a distance as she, after only glancing at the sender's name on the envelope, simply sent it back. The blonde turned pale, realizing that his naive hopes were in vain. Now he had to accept the unpleasant truth. His letter had been rejected with the same decisiveness with which he had once rejected his sister. This was not at all what the main character's older brother expected. In his imagination, Charlize should have blushed with embarrassment and asked excitedly several times whether this letter was really sent by her brother. He imagined how she would clarify the details with trepidation and surprise in her voice, thereby showing her interest and confusion. But instead, the servant reported a cold and determined reaction that did not at all correspond to his fantasies. At that moment, his father entered his room, tense and worried. He looked closely at his son, waiting for an explanation about the strange noise. The young man was confused by his father's unexpected appearance and tried to collect his thoughts in order to tell what was happening. Eventually, the young man remembered that his father preferred to spend the morning in silence. He calmly explained that nothing serious had happened. The butler had simply made a small mistake. While the men were having breakfast, the Duke turned to his son, asking whether he could count on good results. The tournament was the next day, and the father wanted to make sure that the young man was serious about his preparation. The son looked up from his plate, realizing the importance of the upcoming event, and promised to do everything possible to ensure a successful performance. When the man asked his son to take care of his well-being, the blonde decided that this was the right moment. He took advantage of the situation and asked if his father had heard the latest news about Charlize. However, when he saw his father's face, he shuddered as the man looked at him with close attention and declared that such things could not be discussed at the table, as it would spoil his appetite. The young man felt a chill run down his spine and realized that his father was not joking. He nodded, realizing the seriousness of the warning, and tried not to bring up controversial topics again during breakfast. As the Duke rose from the table, his gaze involuntarily fell upon the white lilies which always stood in a vase there, as an unfailing sign of respect for the memory of his dead wife. The Duke couldn't help but think that he had never sat at the same table with his daughter. The realization hit him. The place for the dead was always marked with special reverence, while the living, especially his daughter, seemed to be left aside. From time to time, situations arose when Charlize was the first to go down to the dining room and was already sitting at the table when the Duke arrived, so he deliberately skipped breakfast. Eventually, Charlize stopped appearing in the dining room altogether, preferring to have breakfast in her rooms or later when the Duke had already left. The main character's older brother still couldn't accept that the butler's words were the pure truth. He couldn't believe that Charlize had actually acted so thoughtlessly. The blonde tried to imagine her reaction, to imagine how she glanced through the contents without attaching any importance to them, but each time these thoughts confused him. On the day of the main stage of the tournament, before the start of each fight, the participants were required to express their respect to each other. This ancient sporting custom emphasized the honesty and nobility of intentions of all combatants. When fighting the Ninth Prince's knight, the heroine used a long sword, which was familiar to her and allowed her to keep her enemy at a distance. However, now that she needed to remain anonymous, this fighting style could give her away. She understood that using twin blades would allow her to maneuver faster and be less recognizable. Perhaps because it was so important to her to win this competition, the price of defeat was too high. She knew that losing was unacceptable, and that realization created a wave of mounting tension in her chest. Time seemed to slow down, and everything that was happening around her seemed unreal, so she won automatically, obeying many years of training and instincts. Continuing to analyze her mixed feelings, the main character looked at the place where the imperial family was watching their fight. She noticed that the Ninth Prince's seat remained empty, even though members of the imperial family were required to attend the tournament. While the girl was wondering why this happened, she remembered her recent conversation with His Highness. Then she declared that she would accept any manifestation of his obsession. For hundreds and thousands of years, there has not been a person capable of calmly eliminating people while hiding his identity. However, Dylan excelled at this task, second to none. The young man was one who never gave up to another a drop of what belonged to him. He was a true ruler who never missed anything that fell within his sphere of influence. His character was distinguished by firmness and determination. He always achieved his goals, without accepting compromises and without retreating in the face of difficulties. Much later, the main character learned that after her fight with the Ninth Prince's guard knight, he received a serious injury related to swords. Since then, he began to react to cold weapons as if he had an allergy. Now that the secret of the Ninth Prince's injury was revealed, it became clear that he would no longer be able to deal with Dylan. The main character, feeling relieved by the current situation, confidently walked out to the stadium. At the moment the announcement was made, the main character was slightly stunned. She was informed that her opponent would be none other than the eldest son of the ducal family, Ronan, a rising star with incredible abilities. Since the main character was now acting under the pseudonym Liz, the young man could not recognize her as his sister. Behind the mask, Lisa was the same girl, but her transformation was so complete that even those closest to her might not recognize her. When it was announced that, unfortunately, the second son of the Dante Duchy had failed to pass the qualifying tournament, an oppressive silence fell over the hall for a second. Everyone present knew what this meant. Now Akan was the main contender for victory. The spectators were confident of his victory, and there were good reasons for that, since Akan had long established himself as a strong and experienced fighter whose skill had no equal. While the host was loudly discussing how the fight would end, Akan had already moved towards his opponent. He didn't even bother to take the correct stance, standing in a relaxed and casual pose. The spectators froze, watching what was happening, as everyone was confident in Akan's skill, but the behavior of his opponent was puzzling. It seemed like he wasn't taking this fight seriously at all, and Akan, noticing this relaxation, frowned. He knew not to underestimate his opponent, but his opponent's obvious disdain gave him a certain advantage. However, to the shock of the sole remaining member of the Ronan Duke's family, his attack was easily repelled. No one expected that the newcomer would be able to stand up to Akan so confidently, including Akan himself. Ronan put all his strength into his strike, but his opponent seemed to have read his movements in advance. Every blow from Akan was met with a block or dodge, and Ronan himself felt like he was losing the initiative. The blonde tried to gather his thoughts and strength, but he realized that he had underestimated his opponent, and for the first time in a long time, someone was able to resist his attacks. The young man demonstrated skills that exceeded all of Charlize's expectations. Despite this, Charlize remained calm. She had already received the sword's name, which meant that her skill had reached the highest level. If this was not a training fight, but a real fight to the death, she would have followed through with her attack without hesitation. When the girl cut through the mithril armor with incredible strength, the audience froze in bewilderment. However, seeing that her attack did not cause any serious damage to the enemy, many came to the conclusion that she had not shown her best side. For Akan, the situation was completely unexpected, as the young man, who did not belong to an aristocratic family, and it would seem did not possess the necessary fencing skills, demonstrated amazing dexterity and the ability to avoid blows. Akan put all his strength into his attacks, but each time his sword only cut through the air. According to the tournament rules, both participants should have been disqualified for an inconclusive fight. But the judges unanimously decided otherwise. They declared a draw and allowed both fighters to continue participating in the tournament, recognizing equal skill and a worthy fight, despite the lack of a clear winner. All of this was carefully planned by the main character, who deliberately dragged out the battle in accordance with her plan. She knew that having records of defeating a powerful high-noble opponent at such an early stage could attract unwanted attention. When the servant escorted the main character to her room, he told her that various misunderstandings often arise among the participants. According to him, sometimes they get in each other's way, and during shared breakfasts they often joke and create a tense atmosphere. Thanking the young man for the warning, Liz entered the room. Looking around, she immediately realized that colossal sums from the palace treasury had been spent on this event. The luxurious setting testified to the scale and cost of the celebration. While the heroine was thinking about how luxurious the furnishings were here, even better than in the prince's private chambers, she suddenly noticed something surprising. Despite the fact that the swords she bought from the first blacksmith she came across were of frankly poor quality, these same blacksmiths spent the whole day with her today, helping her with everything. Tomorrow the main character will be able to get the rare herb heli. Sleep didn't come, and she decided to use the time productively. First she washed herself, washing away the fatigue, and after that she decided to visit the festival, which was gaining momentum before the main holiday. The heroine watched as street vendors touted their dream catchers and traditional snacks. She noticed that many vendors were jacking up their prices, taking advantage of the moment. One of the traders was particularly active in soliciting bets on the tournament, which was being held for the first time in 10 years. He praised the uniqueness of the event, assuring that such an opportunity would never come again. The merchant assured that the person who guessed the winner would be able to hit the jackpot, taking advantage of a rare and, perhaps, the only chance in the near future. Many wanted to bet on Akan, considering him the favorite. However, some attentive viewers noticed that Liz was not at all inferior to his opponent. Their opponents believed that Akan was deliberately holding back his powers out of pity for the younger and weaker Lizu. Despite his youth, Liz held his own, and the audience was divided in their opinions. Some saw him as a future winner, while others believed that Akan was simply not using his full power. While the girl listened to the argument between the merchants and the spectators with an indifferent expression on her face, the main character suddenly noticed a familiar face in the crowd. It was His Highness the 13th Prince, whom no one recognized. The prince had not yet made his debut in aristocratic society, and his appearance in this crowd went unnoticed by most of those present. The heroine froze, realizing that she had met a member of the royal family in such an unusual setting. When the young man noticed her gaze, he also looked towards the girl. The main character looked away, trying to understand whether he recognized her in her male form. It was necessary to take into account that Heli's grass would be given at the very moment when the illness of the 7th concubine would begin to take on a more serious character, and the vacation would be just during the tournament. Dylan will suspect something is wrong anyway and will most likely recognize the girl soon, if he hasn't already. The girl became very tense because she could not understand why the prince was here at this particular time. After all, she thought that even if their eyes met, it would only be a fleeting moment during the fight, as a participant and spectator. But this sudden appearance and their cross-eyed glance were too unexpected to be a mere coincidence. The main character realized that the situation was getting out of control and decided that it was necessary to return to her room as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Dylan watched silently as those present placed their bets, standing quietly to the side, assessing the crowd's reaction. At one point, he raised his hand and announced his bet of 100 million gold on Lisa. Akan was still in turmoil after his defeat in the duel with Charlize. Thoughts about that defeat did not give him peace, forcing him to return to the events of that day again and again. He wondered if he was really a genius, as he was always considered, because genius is the ability to win in any circumstances. This thought tormented him, causing doubts about his own strength and abilities. Having let his guard down, Akan was defeated in the semi-finals by another favorite to win, Kahu. Now he could only silently watch what was happening, feeling empty. It was especially hard for him to see how his disappointed father slowly walked away from the observation point. Akan managed to maintain his honor despite being defeated by his comrade. He accepted his failure with dignity, realizing that mistakes happen even to the best warriors, and this does not diminish his dignity. While Charlize, a true genius in swordsmanship, made it to the final fight without any problems. The spotlight was on two young men who became a real sensation of the tournament. The first of these was Liz, an amazing talent who seemed to appear out of nowhere, like a bright comet lighting up the dark sky. The second was a nobleman, the favorite to win, who managed to defeat Lord Akan. The main character's family quickly forgot about her disappearance when she went missing, turning into Kira. Only a young nobleman from the Delman family named Kahu did not come to terms with the disappearance. The heroine was at a loss to understand why this young man continued to look for her, despite the years that had passed. She could not understand what motivated Kahu, because their engagement was only a formality, concluded under a family contract. The duel had already begun, and the girl understood that now was not the time to be distracted by thoughts about Kahu's motives. She had to focus on what was happening to avoid accidentally injuring her opponent. The battle ended with lightning speed. The heroine effortlessly achieved a crushing victory over her opponent. In one precise movement, she pressed her sword to her opponent's throat, demonstrating absolute superiority. The audience froze in admiration, realizing that before them was a true master of combat, capable of defeating even the strongest opponent with amazing ease and grace. The hall exploded with applause, and the audience enthusiastically welcomed the heroine's victory, realizing her unrivaled skill. Representatives of the Order of Knights had already discussed among themselves the possibility of recruiting the young man, seeing him as a promising candidate. The main character chose to maintain the intrigue by not revealing her last name and confidently headed towards the victory stand. There, the king himself was already waiting for her, standing majestically at the top to personally congratulate the winner of the tournament. The main character looked at the king with icy calm, not showing a single emotion on her face. With restraint and grace, she knelt before His Highness, demonstrating the highest degree of respect and reverence. The man noted her extraordinary talent with admiration. In response, the girl modestly noted that he was being overly kind, since she was only doing her duty, fighting for the glory of the empire. The emperor, overcome with excitement, with shining eyes, asked what reward the knight wished to receive. All those present, seized by a common interest, froze in anticipation. The question hung in the air. This was the first victory in a decade, and everyone wanted to know what wish Liz would dare to express. Everyone expected to hear a request for a noble title or a pardon for a friend accused of treason. But the young man surprised everyone by saying that he had only one wish, which he would like to express only to the emperor. His answer aroused even more curiosity, because no one could guess what secret request would be addressed to His Majesty. He declared his wish in a hushed voice so that only the king could hear, and the monarch stared at him with intent attention, trying to guess why the young man needed the rare herb heli. The herb was able to permanently suppress the feeling of pain, so the man assumed that someone in his family was seriously ill. He promised Liz that he would send him the rare herb heli that very day, and after that, he asked if the young man would agree to serve the king as a knight. But the main character, in the guise of Lisa, remained silent, maintaining a mysterious expression on her face and not giving a direct answer to the monarch's proposal. It would be a great honor for Liz to be initiated into one of the highest ranks of Knights of the Empire. However, the main character openly stated that she wants to keep her identity a secret and lead an almost quiet, peaceful life. The Emperor said he was very sorry to hear that Liz was refusing such a great honor. However, the main character knew that the Emperor would certainly try to get Liz as a knight again, but no one in the Empire could find him. In honor of the winner of the tournament, the Emperor organized a grand ball, and this event became a real celebration where representatives of all strata of society gathered to celebrate the outstanding achievements of the winner. In reality, the ball was just a pretext to gather all the important figures of the empire in one place and support the crown prince in the presence of other contenders for the throne and their mentors. Charlize Ronan, as the 13th prince's mentor, was invited not only because of her status, but also because her presence served as a kind of guarantee of the prince's loyalty and his abilities. In the hall where representatives of various houses and factions had gathered, her role became especially significant. This ball was not just a celebration in honor of the winner of the tournament, but a carefully thought-out scene where every element had its own meaning in the political game of the Emperor. Since the main character was invited to the ball not as the winner of Liz's tournament, but as Dylan's mentor, she decided that it would be better to avoid unnecessary glances and attention. So she chose the privacy of a third-floor balcony, as this location allowed her not only to observe what was happening below, but also to remain out of the spotlight. Here, in relative silence and solitude, she could concentrate on her thoughts and plans without being distracted by curious glances and whispers behind her back. Charlize thought she could spend some time alone on the balcony, enjoying the peace and quiet, but her solitude was short-lived. At that moment, Kahu, a young nobleman from the Delman family, and her former fiancé, who had been defeated in the finals of the tournament, entered the balcony she had occupied. The girl realized that their presence together could cause unnecessary attention from others. She understood that this could become an extra reason for gossip and rumors. However, she still invited Kahu to join her, hoping that they would be able to exchange a few words about the tournament. The young man, not paying attention to her words, stared at the girl in stunned silence. His gaze expressed deep surprise, and he could not hide his confusion when, after some time, he asked whether the main character had been alive all this time. It all started 2 years ago, when the young man first noticed that something strange was happening to his body. He began to feel as if his physical condition had changed, and he felt as if his body had become smaller. The young man began to notice that all the events that happened in his life seemed to have already taken place before. This feeling became a constant companion, and he was constantly haunted by a sense of déjà vu that accompanied almost every new moment of his life. He often caught himself thinking that he had already experienced similar situations, although he knew for sure that it was impossible. The scenes played out in his head, making it feel like he was watching them from the outside. After some time, these same scenes began to materialize in reality around him. The young man was confused and did not understand what was happening. It seemed as if his thoughts had somehow materialized, creating a frightening connection between his imagination and reality. Kahu fell into despair and began frantically searching for answers in ancient books and manuscripts. Strange coincidences came to mind: the crown princess becoming pregnant, just like in his vision, and the name of the newborn, which also matched. He reread the old records of the prophets and the chronicles of past centuries, trying to find at least some explanation for what was happening. The strangest thing was that not all of his visions turned out to be true. He noticed that Charlize Ronan was always present in all the false visions. She was the only one who managed to deceive fate and change the course of events that he saw in his visions. The more he tried to understand her role, the more he became convinced that it was her intervention that made his prophecies wrong, creating a new, unpredictable reality where previous predictions no longer mattered. She had been soft and defenseless in the future he had seen, but now she acted without a shadow of a doubt, and she had even managed to become a royal tutor. Watching her, the young man tried to understand why she was so different from the image he saw in the future, and how she managed to avoid what was destined for her while remaining a mystery. He wondered why she had disappeared in the future he had foreseen, and whether she might have possessed knowledge that could change the course of events and answer all his questions. When he stated that he thought the main character was missing, the girl suggested that he knew something. It would make sense. After learning about her disappearance in the past, he would definitely want to find out what happened to her in the form of Kira's magic sword. The main character pretended not to understand what he was talking about and asked in bewilderment if he was making fun of her, but the young man quickly assured the girl that he had no intention of offending her. However, the main character did not think so, and besides, she did not want to become the object of gossip and idle talk that could arise from their conversation. The blonde reminded the main character that the issue of their marriage was currently being actively discussed. He noted that he was not against discussing this topic in more detail, since he considered it a good idea for both of them. Marriage was a major duty for influential nobles, and such a theme could be an excellent scenario for strengthening their position in society. In the past, the main character might have agreed to this marriage if not for tragic circumstances. She could have married Kahu, and perhaps they would have lived a decent married life, but now she could not move forward without taking her revenge. The main character saw no point in tying herself up in marriage, and she was not at all attracted by the prospect of becoming someone's wife, and the only one she needed to carry out her revenge was Dylan. When the girl reappeared in the hall, His Highness immediately noticed that everyone present was talking only about her. The reason for this was her fame. She enjoyed great attention from society and fame, which made her figure especially discussed among those gathered. The prince was still puzzled as to why she had decided to disguise herself and participate in the tournament. He could not understand the motives behind her decision. Moreover, he remained unaware of what exactly she had chosen as a prize. He was completely puzzled by her actions, and could not figure out the true goals she was pursuing while hiding behind the mask. Watching her act indifferent to the fact that all the attention was focused on her, the young man couldn't help but think about it. He caught himself thinking that he wanted to hide her from this intrusive public, to protect her from prying eyes and unceremonious staring. As soon as the reception ended, the main character immediately headed to the palace of the 13th prince. This palace, which had previously seemed alien to her, now became a place where she could feel calm and confident. When the maid Mary greeted the main character, she immediately thought that Mary was burning with impatience to find out how the reception went. The main character was sure that she would listen with delight about Kahu, because such stories always seemed especially romantic to her. The girl didn't really feel like talking, so she asked Mary to draw her a bath. Mary obediently fulfilled her request, and soon the main character plunged into the warm water, enjoying the relaxing atmosphere. Kahu was the only one who was genuinely saddened by the disappearance of the main character. The girl couldn't stop thinking about how he felt when she refused to marry him. She soon reminded herself that this shouldn't worry her at the moment, as she realized that the most important thing now was to focus on the task at hand. Feelings of compassion, awe, and regret were out of place. She needed to act quickly. The 7th royal concubine was about to die, and there was no time to think. As the main character remembered from her past life, the royal concubine would soon begin to experience unbearable pain. This painful state could come at any moment, today or tomorrow, and she knew that time was running out. At the moment when the girl thought about this, she heard loud screams. The servants called for His Highness in panic, reporting that Her Majesty had begun to have a severe attack and was experiencing terrible pain. Anxious voices echoed throughout the palace, and it became clear that the time for action had come. The main character realized that the moment she had feared had finally arrived, and now the life of the royal concubine depended on her determination. Although the main character felt sincerely sorry for the royal concubine, she understood that she had to wait until the morning. She knew that only then would Prince Dylan be able to see his mother's suffering. He would be filled with even greater gratitude to the one who would help her. The heroine had to use this situation to achieve her goal and gain the recognition of the prince, who could later become her ally. Perhaps the prince will blame the main character for not coming earlier. But there was nothing she could do about it. She knew that her decision was the only right one in this situation. The next day, the main character was informed that His Highness would not be able to attend today's lesson. This news opened up a wonderful opportunity for her. Now she had a legal pretext to give the prince Heli's herb. The girl asked the maid for details, and she said that Her Majesty, the royal concubine, was suffering from terrible pain. The imperial doctors examined her but still could not help, so the pain is getting worse and worse, and no one knows how to relieve it. This news opened up an opportunity for the main character to show concern and offer help, which could prove decisive in this difficult situation. The main character suddenly rose from her seat and declared that as a mentor she was obliged to support her student in difficult times and resolutely headed towards His Majesty's chambers. No medication could help the girl, and this continued until her tragic death. The servants and doctors tried all known remedies, but none of them brought relief. Everyone around was confused and feeling helpless, not knowing how to deal with this situation, including Dylan. Noticing her appearance, His Highness asked with slight surprise what brought the mentor here. He explained that she should have been informed by now that due to his mother's serious condition, he would not be able to attend today's class. The girl confidently stated that she had the herb Heli, which was capable of completely dulling the pain. Hearing this, the young man suggested discussing such an important proposal in private. Holding the Heli herb in his hands, the young man looked closely at the girl and asked if this was exactly what she had asked the king for at the tournament. The girl remained silent without looking away, and her silence was more eloquent than any words. The young man realized that she would not even deny the obvious. This was exactly what she asked the king for. The young man looked at the girl in bewilderment, not fully understanding her motives. He couldn't understand why she was willing to take such drastic steps for him. As a result, the young man decided not to focus on the girl's mysterious motives. Now his main task was to ease the suffering of his mother, who was in severe pain. He understood that he had no time to solve the mysteries, and quickly making a decision, he ordered the maids to prepare tea with Heli's herb. His actions were dictated by only one goal: to help a loved one. At that moment, the only things that were important to him were caring for his mother and hoping for the healing properties of the herb. As soon as the woman came to her senses after the effect of the healing tea, she looked at the prince with curiosity and gratitude. She asked the prince how he managed to get hold of such a rare herb, Heli, and the prince replied that it was possible thanks to the help of his mentor. The woman called the girl closer and, making sure that no one could hear them, quietly asked her to look after her son. Her request caused the main character to feel a strange feeling of heaviness in her chest, as if someone was really strangling her. Even before Charlize's return, tragedy struck. The seventh concubine died while Dylan was unsuccessfully trying to find the rare herb Heli on the black market. Dylan was unable to ease the dying woman's suffering and say goodbye to her at the last moment. The feeling of guilt for this haunted him all his life. Becoming his constant companion, however, by turning back time, the heroine saved the young man from this torment, freeing him from mental anguish. Now the young man could spend all his free time with his mother, surrounding her with care and attention. Each day he watched as the pain gradually eased from her, and he was pleased to notice that she was becoming more and more calm and peaceful. The main character felt the bitter irony of the situation. Her original plan, aimed at turning the young man into a tyrant, turned out in a completely unexpected way. Now she understood that it was her actions that not only helped her, but also brought relief to Dylan. Putting Dylan's mother out of her misery was the best thing she could have done in this situation, but she couldn't help but think that perhaps if she had intervened a little earlier, the outcome could have been different. At the funeral of Her Majesty, the seventh concubine, only two people were present, Dylan and the main character. An oppressive silence and an atmosphere of sorrow enveloped this sad event. Charlize was the only one who openly expressed her support for Dylan during this moment of universal grief. The main character was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't notice how she began to fall asleep. A week without sleep had taken its toll on her body, and now, despite all her attempts to stay alert, she simply couldn't take it anymore. When the main character woke up, she approached the prince and noticed how exhausted he was. Since the death of his mother, he had not found the strength to eat or sleep. Filled with sympathy, the heroine tried to convince the prince that he needed to eat, but he was too immersed in his grief to accept her care and support. Another prince showed up at the funeral, and when the girl greeted him, he instantly recognized her as the 13th prince's infamous mentor. The girl clearly remembered that in her past life, the 5th prince appeared on the last day of the 7th concubine's funeral. Much has changed since then. He ascended the throne and became known as Frederick II, the next owner of Kira. He was a lucky prince who unexpectedly gained the throne through a combination of circumstances. Dylan was only 14 years old, and he was deeply grateful to His Highness, the only one present who paid tribute to the memory of the deceased concubine. Several days passed, but no one else came to the funeral. The maids whispered among themselves, believing that no one dared to come, fearing the wrath of Her Majesty, the second royal concubine. The main character, having heard the gossip and chatter of the servants, could not contain her indignation. She stepped forward and scolded them sternly, saying that during a period of mourning it was especially important to watch your words. As soon as the girls, embarrassedly apologizing, ran away, the main character sighed heavily. Taking a deep breath, she decided to clear her head a little and went out into the fresh air. The coolness and the sound of the wind calmed her thoughts a little, allowing her to gather her strength and think about her next steps. The funeral was coming to an end, so the main character, feeling a little better after a walk in the fresh air, decided to return to the hall. She knew she had to be there for Dylan, whose fate was now closely tied to her own. Noticing that it had started to rain, the girl realized that she had not taken an umbrella with her, and there was no one nearby who could bring one. However, she decided that it was not scary, since a short walk in the rain would even do her good, refresh her and give her energy. At that moment, the girl saw His Highness the 13th Prince walking towards her. His face was expressionless, and as he came closer, he frowned at her and handed her the letter. The prince stood and watched her reaction without saying a word. The girl knew that this letter contained the last words and instructions of the late queen. After carefully reading the contents of the letter, the girl realized that this time the last will of Her Majesty, the 7th concubine, had changed. When free from suffering, people begin to think rationally, which allows them to make informed decisions and act consciously. Dylan's mother was no longer afraid that her son might stand out. On the contrary, she encouraged him to be unique and follow his own path, even if it caused envy or discontent among others. At this moment, His Highness announced that she had bequeathed her will not only to him alone. The words about spreading one's wings were intended not only for His Highness, but also for his mentor, Charlize. The 7th concubine, with deep conviction, sought to guide her son along the path that he himself considered correct. However, her son, being still too young and inexperienced, could not understand what exactly this right path should be. In this situation, he believed that his mentor, a woman of wisdom and insight, would help him get closer to understanding exactly how he should act. The girl confidently stated that she really knew what to do next. The young man, inspired by her words, directly asked the mentor to teach him all the wisdom so that he could confidently move along the chosen path. Realizing that her carefully thought-out plan was finally beginning to bear fruit, the main character knelt before the young man with deep respect. She declared with an expression of sincere devotion that she wished to see him as her master. The girl, choosing her words softly and carefully, hinted to the young man that she dreamed of becoming the first knight of the future emperor. She expressed her loyalty and willingness to serve, subtly hinting at her desire to take that place of honor, next to the one who could one day unite their world and become a great ruler. When a knight offered his service with deep respect and devotion, holding out his sword as a symbol of his loyalty, it was traditional for the lord to place his hand on the shoulder of the bowing knight and swear a solemn oath, sealing their alliance. However, the 13th prince, despite his noble birth and desire to accept this honor, did not dare to perform this ritual. Instead, the young man also knelt down next to the girl, and taking her hand, he kissed her knuckles, thereby expressing his deep respect and admiration. He declared that he wished to see her as his lady, hoping to share his future destiny with her. With a devoted look directed at the main character, the young man solemnly declared that now the only thing he had left in this world was his mentor. The girl realized with joyful anticipation that now a clean sheet of paper was finally in her hands. The main character finally got the chance to implement her carefully thought-out plan, having enlisted the support of Dylan. The next day, while walking through the well-kept garden of the Imperial Palace, the girl unexpectedly ran into her second brother. He came to the royal palace specifically because he could not find any other way to meet Charlize. His presence here had been carefully planned, and now, face to face with his sister, he intended to discuss important matters. He didn't know where to start this difficult conversation, so he decided to get straight to the point. However, his sister looked away indifferently when he told her the news of Akan's wedding ceremony being cancelled. The young man explained that this defeat in the tournament was a very difficult time for Akan. To the blonde's confusion, the main character did not react to what she heard. She just nodded her head calmly, as if accepting this news as something ordinary. The young man, feeling extremely awkward, turned to the girl, trying to express his thoughts as correctly as possible. His embarrassment was obvious, but he still decided to ask the question. The young man asked if she had any plans to marry Delmon's son, since this was considered a great honor for their family. Realizing the purpose for which he came, to find out about her engagement to the son of the House of Delmon, the girl categorically stated that she had never had any connections with the Ronin family. She stressed that she did not feel obligated to give them her attention or maintain any relationship with them, including correspondence. Her tone was firm and unambiguous, making it clear that this issue was closed for her and not subject to discussion. Dante was convinced that the girl must have begged her family with all her might to pay attention to her. So when she started talking about her independence and her unwillingness to maintain contact with the Ronin family, he tried to stop her. However, at this critical moment, the 13th prince intervened, his unexpected appearance interrupting the conversation and introducing a new element into the proceedings. It turned out that the 13th prince was looking for the girl to ask her an important question, which she readily agreed to answer, as she considered it her professional duty to teach His Highness. A happy and sincere smile played on her lips, which she never gave to her family. For her family, she had a reserved smile, behind which tears were hidden. This smile appeared only occasionally when the woman tried to hide her true feelings from her loved ones. When the funeral was over, the maids silently removed the portrait of the 7th concubine from the living room. They left His Highness and the main character alone, creating an atmosphere of silence and thoughtfulness in the room. Now only the two of them could comprehend what had happened and think about what would happen next. His Highness watched the main character in silence for a while and then asked her what she wanted. At that moment, the girl realized that their destinies were in her hands. She realized that it was time to make a decision and paint these blank sheets with new colors, determining the path they would take together. Charlize was ready to paint them black, so she declared that she wanted the whole world to be under His Highness's feet. She wanted him to lead the empire and lead it to complete destruction. There was a determination in her eyes, even if their world was plunged into chaos. It was the only way she could express her pain and desire for radical change. The heroine longed for his task to become a tyrant and destroy the entire empire along with himself. But the prince, who had dedicated the rest of his life to Charlize, took a deep breath and, looking straight into her eyes, made a promise to the one who wanted nothing but chaos. The prince and Charlize continued to hone their skills, finding in this the only outlet for their raging emotions. A surprising mutual understanding developed between them. They no longer hid their true abilities from each other, openly sharing their thoughts and feelings. However, they still kept a secret from the rest of the world, hiding their true abilities behind the mask of ordinary people. Their training took place far in the mountains, where the harsh nature and clean air contributed to the development of their unique abilities. Today's training had been particularly grueling, and the girl felt fatigue creeping up on her, deciding to lie down for a while on the soft grass among the mountain flowers to regain her strength. His Highness chose the color blue so as not to disturb the heroine with thoughts of his grief. However, she, showing concern, dressed in black instead of him, which caused him even greater admiration and gratitude. There was a petal on her cheek which the young man noticed, barely restraining the desire to remove it. At the last moment he changed his mind and froze, not taking his eyes off the girl, silently admiring her beauty. Dylan was eager to grow up as quickly as possible in order to fulfill all the wishes of the main character and make everything she could dream of come true. He sincerely wanted to become an adult, not for his own sake, but to be able to make her happy and give her everything she wanted. The prince wanted to help her realize her wildest dreams and breathe life into them. The heroine openly told His Highness that this entire empire was nothing more than an illusion, an artificial formation created to regulate human relationships. She argued that true freedom existed only for the ordinary citizens and slaves of this society, who, despite external restrictions, could gain true independence in their relationships and feelings. In her opinion, all these formalities and power structures are just a way to manipulate people, hiding their true capabilities and rights to self-determination. She believed that if there was a legal owner, this should not be an obstacle. There was no need to respect other people's rights when it came to the opportunity to improve your life. The heroine fiercely denounced a system built on inequality and privilege, where the fates of ordinary people did not matter. Despite the cruelty and injustice of her views, Dylan had no doubt that these lessons were correct. Under the influence of the heroine, he became convinced of the need to fight against the system, because Charlize was an absolute authority for him. 4 years flew by unnoticed. Like a single moment, the maids who now took care of her never ceased to admire her grace and refinement. The main character became the embodiment of nobility and grace, causing admiration not only among the servants, but also among everyone who had the good fortune to see her. However, rumors about Charlize's treachery still circulated among the aristocracy. The first thing that became known to everyone at court was the amazing news that the young 13th turned out to be a real genius. What was especially unusual was that his coming of age and official ascension to the throne occurred on the same day. The courtiers whispered about the unprecedented coincidence of circumstances, and the heir himself accepted congratulations with dignity. The king personally congratulated Prince Dylan on his coming of age, announcing that from that day on he would become the rightful heir to the throne, and that all those who had contributed to his rise would also receive their well-deserved titles and promotions. His Highness the Crown Prince's tutor will be given the title of honorary tutor, and after marriage, the prince's future wife will become Crown Princess, and their son will become the next Crown Prince. In honor of the momentous occasion, the proclamation of the new Crown Prince, all imprisoned criminals were given special favor, and all children born on that day were given 1 gold coin as a sign of special favor and recognition. The main character watched with interest as the courtiers approached one after another to congratulate His Highness on his new title. The girl came to the conclusion that he was truly worthy of becoming a ruler, since he possessed a rare talent for management and innate wisdom worthy of a future monarch. The main character noticed how Duke Ronan's acquaintances approached him with questions about how he managed to raise such a beautiful daughter. At the age of 20, she was already recognized as a respected mentor, which seemed impossible to many, since this position was not given to everyone. Everyone was amazed by the fact that the young daughter of House Ronan managed to reveal the prince's true talent. They had no idea that the main character had not actually inherited her father's wisdom. Her outstanding abilities and insight were the result of her own desire for knowledge and natural talent, which developed despite the lack of direct paternal education. Just when the girl noticed that the ceremony was coming to an end and Dylan, who had accompanied His Majesty, had left, she finally felt that she could be alone. But her peace did not last long. Her older brothers and father approached her. With a gloomy expression on his face, the Duke turned to the girl, looking intently into her eyes. He coldly asked her what her intentions were in getting close to the prince. There was obvious concern in his voice, but the heroine was genuinely perplexed as to why her relationship with the prince was causing such suspicion. Hearing from his lips that she was the daughter of the Ronin family, the heroine noted that now no one perceived her as a member of the Duke's family. Aiken reproached the main character for the fact that because of her, the Ronins are now forced to support the Crown Prince in everything. However, the heroine objected, reminding that her appointment as almost a mentor is a great achievement in itself, but it has nothing to do with the Ronin family. Her words clearly did not please the father of the main character approaching her. He angrily declared that if she was not able to fulfill even such a simple request, then it would be better for her not to catch his eye. The man continued to express his dissatisfaction, claiming that he was not at all happy about Charlize's presence in their family, considering her presence a source of difficulties, but the main character's older brother did not agree with this point of view and believed that his father was too harsh on her. The heroine, not paying attention to the words of her interlocutor, since her relatives always behaved as if she did not exist. She smiled and said that she would even be glad if they openly disowned her, at least it would be honest. The blonde man panicked and began to excitedly explain to the girl that she would not be able to fit into another family. He claimed that her current position as a respected mentor was the only reason she spoke as such, as there was none among all the families that could compare to House Ronin. The girl was amazed at how confidently the young man declared the impossibility of her integration into another family. It seemed incredible to her that he could claim that achieving success somewhere else would be much more difficult. There was an attempt in his voice to tie her to one place, to instill the idea of the impossibility of existence outside their circle, as if this was the only right place for her. The heroine firmly believed that in another family she could be more free and natural, because it was there that she would be accepted as she was, without unnecessary restrictions and expectations. Now she enjoyed the serenity and calmness of her interactions with her maids, unlike how in the Ronin family she had to endure ridicule and disdain even from the servants, which caused her constant internal tension. At this moment, the maids who served the heroine greeted the family of the venerable mentor with an exquisite bow, but the girl felt that this was unnecessary. But, realizing that the maids would still do what was customary, the main character smiled slightly at them. As she left, the girl reminded her father and older brothers that it would be much better for them all if they disowned her as soon as possible. A few hours later, the main character met Dylan in the library and said that now she felt awkward calling him simply Your Highness, since he had become the Crown Prince. The young man smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about and that she could call him that, since it was pleasant for him to hear it from her lips. He spoke enthusiastically about his conversation with the Emperor, which lasted much longer than he had originally expected. When the prince expressed his hope that the main character had not gotten bored while he was gone, the girl smiled. She said that she had no time to be bored, as this event was significant for her, and her heart was fluttering and could not calm down from excitement and joy. At that moment, when the young man responded by saying that his heart was also fluttering, the girl decided to change the subject. She said she wrote the request to renounce because her family no longer meant anything to her. His Highness asked the girl why she was going to do this. She replied that she barely had time to train His Highness, and she didn't want to be distracted by others since Dylan was the only one she needed. The young man decided that he could be a little willful, so he declared that the old palace was dear to his heart and full of warm memories, but since they were now moving to the Crown Prince's palace, everything had to change. The young man assured that he would try to make her room as comfortable and modern as possible, so that she would feel comfortable and enjoyable in the new place. The main character smiled warmly at the young man, and with sincere gratitude, stated that he was the only one who showed such care for her. The young man, blushing with embarrassment, could not contain his feelings. He reached out and gently touched her cheek, as if trying to express the depth of his feelings. Suddenly, the young man realized that 4 years ago, while training in the mountains, Charlize had not actually slept. He remembered that moment when he was still a child, and trembled and wondered if he would dare to remove the petal from her cheek. Now, years later, this childhood dream returned to him in a new light, reminding him of how much this girl meant to him, even when he himself did not yet understand the full depth of his feelings. The girl plunged into deep thought, trying to understand what was happening. She thought about how far their relationship had gone, that the young man allowed himself such intimate gestures towards her. Although they were not officially in a close relationship, Charlize tried to understand whether this was a manifestation of his sincere feelings or just a habit that had developed over the years of communication. Her head was spinning with thoughts about how far they had gone in their interaction and whether they had crossed the line that she herself defined as acceptable in their relationship. Her thoughts were interrupted by a young man who suddenly leaned over and gently removed a small speck of dust from her cheek. He did it so naturally and casually that the girl froze for a moment. The young man noticed that the main character's clothes looked rather uncomfortable. After thinking for a bit, he suggested that she change her clothes, and the young man believed that she would be more comfortable in more comfortable clothes, and therefore suggested that they meet in the pavilion after a while. Once the main character had once again congratulated His Highness on his accession to the throne as Crown Prince, she moved on to her unusual gift. She said that instead of traditional gifts, she had prepared something special for him, the opportunity to make 3 wishes. The young man was clearly touched by such a generous offer, but wanted to think carefully about his desires. However, the girl gently reminded him that she was ready to agree to whatever he asked. Then the young man, after a little hesitation, voiced his first wish. He wanted to know the name of the detachment of knights that he would command. The main character cured several poor people and slaves, among whom was the son of a gladiator who was on the verge of death on the cold streets of the city. Not only did she heal their bodies, but she also brought hope to their hearts by sending them to Dylan, the man who could give them a new chance at life. Since Delana's knights were recommended by Charlize herself, the heroine remembered that the names Vi and Higa were popular among them, so she suggested an intuitive and understandable name, Shadow. At that moment, Charlize could not even imagine that this name, which had accidentally come to her mind, would thunder across the entire continent. Since the young man still had one more wish that he had not yet voiced, the girl gently pushed him to make a choice. The young man looked down in embarrassment, because he felt very uncomfortable talking about his request, although it was very simple. Despite his embarrassment, he pulled himself together and admitted that he would very much like to hear the song that his mentor performed. Embarrassment gripped him. He avoided direct eye contact, feeling his heart beat hard with excitement. It was clear that this song had a special meaning for him. The girl, noticing his condition, did not make any comments. She began to sing a verse of the song, and her voice, melodic and soulful, filled the space. Unexpectedly, His Highness joined her, whose voice harmoniously merged with the girl's voice, creating an amazing musical combination. The girl was surprised. Few people knew the chorus of this song, which was her favorite part. When she saw that His Highness had joined her, she was amazed at how easily singing came to him. Immersed in the atmosphere of the song, the girl did not notice how the main character's face changed. When he began to sing on behalf of the lyrical hero who passionately wanted to be with his beloved, something elusive flashed in his gaze. The young man had one more desire, which he did not dare to voice, considering it too straightforward. The main character did not insist, understanding that everyone needs their own time to express their feelings in a way that is comfortable for them. After finishing the song, the main character smiled warmly and once again congratulated the prince on becoming the crown prince. The girl wanted to say something about the changes and consequences that awaited him when he ascended the throne, but at the last moment she changed her mind and never voiced her thoughts, keeping them to herself. The next day, the main character's father was surprised to learn that his daughter had actually sent him a letter asking about abdication. The letter bore the imperial seal, which gave it special significance, so that from now on, Charlize's word carried more weight than the Duke's. The Duke categorically refused to even consider the possibility of abdication. He was convinced that his daughter had written that letter under the influence of emotion. In his eyes, she was the one who always tried to please him and maintain their family ties, and he could not believe that she was capable of such a decisive and, as it seemed to him, rash act. Dante tried to explain to his older brother and father that she truly believed in what she said and that her intentions were honest. However, the elder brother and father, possessing a stern and unyielding character, only exchanged gloomy glances. Despite his initial fear of them, Dante managed to collect his thoughts and, overcoming his inner turmoil, persistently explained to his loved ones that their cruelty towards Charlize was excessive and that her current complaints were a natural reaction to the unfair treatment she received. The Duke asked what they should do then, and the blonde replied that they should try to heal her broken heart. However, these words did not find support from his older brother, who was clearly unhappy with this proposal. Dante tried to explain that they had no other choice, because now that Charlize had become an honorary mentor, they could no longer control her. Without listening to his arguments, Akan bowed to his father and assured him that there was nothing to worry about, since he would personally find Charlize today and seek her forgiveness. Dante tried to reason with Akan, explaining that it was impossible to force Charlize to do something she didn't want to do, as it would only backfire. However, Akan confidently stated that as long as he was polite to her, everything would be fine. Dante believed that his brother should have started thinking about being polite to Charlize a long time ago. However, he did not attach any importance to this, missing the opportunity to establish relations properly. As a child, Dante often asked his mother for a younger sister. There were already many men in their family, and he really wanted to become an older brother. He promised his mother that if he had a younger sister, he would protect her with all his might, but he could not foresee that his sincere words would turn against him. As fate would have it, his mother, who always smiled happily and supported her son, passed away, causing Dante to feel an unbearable guilt that haunted him for many years. While the young man, lost in his thoughts, was pondering the reasons for his attitude towards Charlize, the girl herself was carefully examining her room. She was pleasantly surprised that the prince had not lied and had actually ordered the servants to make the room as luxurious as possible. Charlize was delighted to discover that she could now do some light exercises here without feeling constrained in her movements. She hadn't practiced mana exercises for a long time, and this room turned out to be exactly the place she had been missing. The flow of mana when she first began her training was bright red, a rich color that symbolized her seething energy and power that was trying to burst forth. However, now, after many years of practice and meditation, the color of her mana has changed and has become almost transparent. As the girl carefully captured the small shimmering piece of energy from her heart and wove it into the mana flow, she felt an incredible sense of completion. At that moment, she realized that she had finally completed the transformation of her mana. During the day, when the main character was completely absorbed in teaching His Highness the Crown Prince, Akan suddenly showed up to see her. The servant tried to explain to the young man that Lady Charlize was not receiving guests at this time. However, Akan, without hiding his irritation, declared that he was a relative of this woman and the heir of the Ronin family. The man walked resolutely towards the training ground, not listening to any objections and not accepting any arguments. He was convinced that the main character's lessons were not as good as was commonly believed. The maid tried to stop the young man, reminding him that Lady Charlize had renounced her family, but he explained that he would only observe the lesson. The main character, ignoring Akan's dismissive behavior, who did not consider her fencing to be anything exceptional, calmly continued her lesson. She explained that the best defense was an attack, and asked the prince to try to swing both blades at the same time when attacking with dual swords. The master showed how this should look in motion, demonstrating the synchronicity and precision needed to effectively use two weapons in combat. Akan couldn't believe that they were training at a level that made it difficult to follow their movements with the eyes. Each of their actions was honed to perfection. Such dangerous sparring required enormous trust in each other because the slightest mistake could lead to serious consequences. It was important not only that the main character and Dylan got along well with each other, but also that Charlize had a wonderful talent that Akan could only envy. Now the young man realized that they had made a terrible mistake when they had rejoiced at the fact that the heroine was teaching a member of the imperial family. After all, they were the ones who abused the child, and now the flames of her hatred and anger could flare up even brighter. When Dylan noticed that the main character's older brother had stepped aside, the prince quietly told the heroine about it. The main character, not paying attention to the man's departure, with a sincere smile declared that she had spent time with His Highness with great pleasure and suggested ending the training here so that everyone could rest. Meanwhile, Dante also headed to the imperial palace to visit his older brother. Dante asked his brother with concern in his voice if he had said anything offensive to Charlize, but the older brother avoided a direct answer, avoiding discussing the topic. With drooping shoulders, he admitted that they had both made a serious mistake, the consequences of which now weighed heavily on his conscience. Akan recalled a young man of humble origin who became a champion of a fencing tournament 4 years ago. This knight was distinguished not only by his skill, but also by his unusual nickname, Liz. He couldn't help but think that Charlize could very well take the honorable place of winner of the fencing tournament if she had such a chance. The thought of this haunted him. Her skill, grace, and strength were worthy of the highest awards. Overcome with despair at the realization of the mistake he had made, Akan sank to his knees, as the thought that he, his father, and his brother had ruined their relationship with Charlize literally crushed him. Meanwhile, the main character, unaware of the torment and worries that those around her were experiencing, calmly took a bath. The maid, standing nearby, said that many people wanted to meet with the mentor of the Crown Prince. Many important people were counting on meeting the main character, but the girl resolutely refused them an audience. When the maid mentioned Lady Remy from the Duke of Vale's family, the protagonist suddenly changed her mind and declared that she would meet with her, as she realized that this visit could be important for the fate of her student. The heroine didn't even care about the purpose of the girl's visit, since she already firmly intended to use her in her plans. Dylan began to engage in physical contact much more often, and although his behavior always remained polite, the main character realized that she had to gradually distance herself from him. She knew it was her responsibility to arrange for Dylan to meet Princess Remy, as she had the right to the title of Crown Princess, and it was necessary for both her status and her future. The main character, quickly collecting her thoughts, with the help of the maids, went to the meeting. The girl with bright red hair gracefully greeted the main character, gracefully waving her fan. The main character watched the girl with bright red hair carefully. There was a restraint in her tone, behind which something more was hidden. The heroine understood that the girl clearly had her own motives for this meeting, since recently there had been rumors around the palace about the beginning of the selection of candidates for the position of Crown Princess, and this situation required special attention. The girl's behavior showed a desire to keep everything under control, to use any opportunity to strengthen her influence. The girl with bright red hair chose Charlize for this meeting for a reason. She was the closest to His Majesty's court. During the conversation, she mentioned that she had specially brought with her some special tea leaves from her home. The infusion of petals from the golden imperial flower symbolized that the best times when Charlize had influence at the prince's court were long gone. The message was clear. She had to curb her greed and leave the palace with dignity, acknowledging that her ambitions were no longer in line with the current state of affairs. This young lady studied as an exchange student in the Shang Kingdom, where the deceased seventh concubine came from 3 years ago. Obviously, she sought by all means to gain influence at court and take a place near Dylan, using her knowledge and connections acquired during her stay in that kingdom. Although the girl openly insulted the main character, Charlize did not respond to her attacks. The blonde, using a bouquet of orchids as a symbol of nobility and respect, gracefully praised Remy, thereby emphasizing her noble origin. Remy was ambitious and carefully prepared for all the tests. Her cold attitude towards what was happening reminded the heroine of the bloodthirsty and evil spirit that she saw in a past life. This is why Remy was perfect for the role of Crown Princess, possessing all the necessary qualities to destroy the Empire together with Dylan. The main character realized with insight that the girl came here solely to obtain the title of Crown Princess. She openly stated that she, Charlize, is the person who can help achieve this goal. When the main character immediately presented His Highness with important information about Remy, the prince froze in amazement. His eyes widened and his eyebrows shot up. The main character presented all the prepared materials with genuine sincerity and conviction in her rightness. She defended her position vehemently, explaining that she considered the candidate absolutely ideal for the role of the princess. During her 2 years of study in the Shan Kingdom, she proved herself to be an exceptionally talented and capable student. Remy not only skillfully led her subordinates, but also had great ambition, which is so necessary for the Crown Princess. The man asked again whether the girl wanted him to marry Lady Remy. The main character, unaware of what was going on in the prince's head, began to explain everything again. In her opinion, Remy had leadership qualities and the ability to make important decisions, which made her simply ideal for such an important step. At that moment, the young man suddenly grabbed Charlize's hand, causing her to experience a sense of déjà vu. Her thoughts involuntarily traveled back to the first time she met Dylan and also held his hand. Realizing how deeply she was stuck in her feelings and constant attempts to attract his attention, the heroine made a final decision. The blonde strongly advised him to marry Lady Remy, realizing that this was the only right path for all involved. The young man looked so stunned that Charlize became seriously alarmed. She looked at him carefully and decided that it was not just surprise. He seemed to be genuinely unwell. Showing concern, Charlize offered to cancel the planned training session due to his poor health. The main character didn't even imagine what consequences her hasty judgment would lead to. She soon learned that her opinion had a serious impact on carefully laid plans. A candidate for the role of crown princess unexpectedly came to her, and in tears she confessed that she no longer considered herself worthy of this high honor. Crying, Remy confessed to the main character her love for an ordinary man. He was unworthy of her by birth, but she had already given him her heart and word, despite all the circumstances. Charlize was perplexed when she was told that the marriage agreement was practically approved and that becoming the crown princess was considered a great honor. However, the red-haired girl, contrary to expectations, did not express joy at the upcoming prospect, although earlier one could read great ambitions in her eyes. On the contrary, she stated that her falling in love with another person could be regarded as treason to the empire. With anxiety in her voice, she begged the blonde to show mercy and forgive her for hiding something like this. Realizing her mistake in assessing the girl's intentions, Charlize assured her that nothing would happen to her and let her go with understanding. Her thoughts were occupied with suspicions about the involvement of Dylan, the man who in a past life got rid of a young lady who was in love with him. That girl suddenly declared her desire to get an education and moved to another country from where she never returned, so Charlize couldn't shake the feeling that history was repeating itself. Although the thought seemed logical, Charlize rejected it. She was sure that Dylan would not challenge her since she had complete control over him. Besides, there were no alarming unrests in the empire, so she came to the conclusion that the reason for what happened was true love, and not the insidious intrigues of the brunette. Charlize was sure that she had chosen the perfect partner for Dylan, but her judgment turned out to be false. The young man did not want to leave the girl, as he was upset that she was blaming herself for what had happened. While they were walking, the young man suddenly stopped and asked the main character to promise to always be there for him. Although she did not understand what he had in mind, the girl readily agreed. She swore that no matter what he did, she would always be there and protect him. Dylan looked at the girl with deep gratitude and, touched by her consent, declared that he also wanted to make a promise. The young man smiled warmly and gently took the main character's hand. The prince asked permission to express his thoughts, and the girl, stunned by his assertiveness and confidence, nodded her head. As soon as she gave her consent, the young man smiled again and kissed her knuckles with trembling tenderness. With this gesture, the young man expressed his gratitude and sincere admiration. He mysteriously promised her that he would start a rebellion this autumn and seize the throne. His plans were to make everyone bow down to his mentor, and he was confident that with her support, he could realize his grandiose plans. The main character was shocked. Such an exchange of promises seemed unfair and unrealistic to her. She could not believe that the future ruler standing before her was seriously promising to bow his head before her and give her the entire empire as a sign of submission. The main character believed that Dylan was bowing before her in destruction and rule, unaware of his not-so-pure affection for her. In his dreams, Dylan often imagined himself and his mentor in a romantic relationship, where she made the first move, offering him her intimacy. These dreams intensified his secret desires, but reality remained far from the fantasies that visited him at night. The young man himself understood that this was all just a dream that had nothing to do with the blonde. He realized that he was not even allowed to fantasize about the main character in this way, because there was a certain distance between them that could not be violated. Despite this, his night dreams continued to torment him. He tried to keep them under control, understanding the difference between reality and his dreams. But in the end, Dylan couldn't help but hug the main character tightly, even though he knew it was just an illusion. The young man admitted that he envies those who can call her by her first name, Charlie. He never said it out loud, afraid that if he did, he would lose something special and it would become boring. When the Charlize in his dreams asked him to take her to the bedroom, the young man asked if she could imagine how much he desired her. Dylan acted differently from the other nobles, always anticipating their moves. For example, when the Count deliberately coughed in front of a vassal from his own faction, the prince immediately understood that he was trying to convey that everything was going according to plan, and all that was left was to continue in the same spirit. The prince was convinced that all events would ultimately lead to an audience with the emperor. His confidence proved to be justified, for he possessed an unusually sharp and quick mind, which enabled him to anticipate the development of a situation. However, he decided to ignore some aspects of what was happening. To his surprise, the main character knew the prince very well and assured him that she understood his feelings. She realized that life seemed boring and tiring to him, and even said that if His Highness was tormented by doubts and there was nothing in his head but indifference, then she would not mind listening to them. The moment she said that, Dylan felt like the whole world was closed off by a barrier. However, a young girl, a mentor, Charlize, painted his heart with bright colors. The high wall he had built came crashing down the moment Charlize took a step after months of waiting. And no matter what kind of person she was, a noblewoman, a woman, attractive and brilliant, she was the one who gained great respect. Dylan was willing to give her everything except marrying anyone else. The young man himself did not understand why. Experiencing sexual attraction, he wanted to be in a special relationship in which no one else could interfere. Despite extreme stress and criticism that will remain in history, he was ready to overcome any difficulties. Even in this endless curse filled with resentment, he maintained his fortitude. While the main character stood next to him, he was ready to go to the ends of the earth, stained with blood and with tear-stained eyes. His devotion and willingness to sacrifice were boundless, so he was confident in his feelings. While the young man was deep in thought about his feelings for the main character, the girl herself could not close her eyes. Deciding to distract herself from her disturbing thoughts, she headed outside to practice her fencing. Confident movements with the sword helped her to put her thoughts in order and find peace of mind. During training, the girl suddenly felt someone's presence in the hall. Her instincts, honed by years of fencing, instantly reacted to the stranger. Without wasting any time, the girl assumed a fighting stance and sternly demanded that the stranger show himself immediately. A girlfriend of Charlize expressed her dissatisfaction, accusing the main character of meanness and ruthlessness. Lucy, who led the guild whose members had been hunting the crown prince's head for years for a generous reward, decided to personally verify the rumors about Charlize's strength. Under cover of night, she entered her chambers, counting on a surprise attack, but was ultimately defeated. When Charlize disarmed her opponent by pressing the blade to her throat, Lucy did not hide her defeat. With a serene smile, she admitted that over the years of countless skirmishes, only Charlize had been able to gain the upper hand over her. Lucy invited the main character on a drinking spree, which made Charlize regret her previous decision to let her go. The thought flashed through Charlize's mind to finish what she had started and get rid of Lucy once and for all. However, plans changed when Lucy unexpectedly reported the presence of a person who had important information for Charlize. The main character's interest did not go unnoticed by Lucy. She reported that a person with the necessary information regularly visited a certain tavern and offered to arrange their introduction. Lucy insisted on an immediate joint visit, hinting at the exclusivity of such an offer and a rare chance to get free alcohol. The heroine initially rejected Lucy's offer, but, weighing her options, she thought that the supposed information could concern either a coup d'etat or fragments of Ahiret. Since the existence of the latter seemed unlikely, the girl still decided that information about the coup could be useful. The memory of His Highness's words, promising to bring the whole world to its knees before his mentor, finally strengthened the heroine's resolve. Realizing the importance of the possible information, she decided to go with the red-haired girl to the tavern, hoping to get valuable information. Following Lucy, the main character found herself in a tavern, where an unexpected surprise awaited her. She was immediately served wine of exceptional quality. The cost of the drink reached 5 million, which seemed very strange, considering that the majority of visitors were ordinary mercenaries. The main character's suspicions did not leave her, and she came to the conclusion that the head of the Assassin's Guild could have added something to the wine served. To test her guess, the heroine made Lucy taste the drink first. After Charlize received the title of saint and reached the highest rank of swordsmanship, surpassing even the level of a master, the attitude of those around her changed dramatically. People began to behave with unusual politeness towards her, and when they met her gaze, they quickly looked away or smiled tensely. Their behavior resembled the reaction of creatures trying to hide from a dangerous predator that is still holding back its power. After taking a sip of wine, the main character decided to ask Lucy about the location of the person who promised to provide important information. The red-haired woman replied that perhaps he died on the way, since he was always famous for being punctual at meetings. Before Lucy could apologize and suggest some entertainment, everyone's attention was drawn to one of the mercenaries who announced the start of a blade-throwing competition. The news of the presence of the black blade stone, which was famous for its indestructibility, immediately attracted the attention of the main character. One player's throwing blade, having hit the black stone, was completely bent as if it was made of paper, but there was not the slightest scratch left on the stone itself. Moreover, the traces of the impact instantly disappeared, as if absorbed by the mysterious surface of the stone, which only increased everyone's amazement. Wanting to thank Lucy for the treat, the main character decided to put on a little performance. Without thinking twice, the girl rose from her seat and enthusiastically joined the upcoming blade-throwing competition, arousing the interest of those present. The competitors considered her presence more of an entertainment than a serious competition, continuing to treat the girl with slight disdain. The rules of the competition turned out to be extremely simple, and the heroine, taking the blade, easily threw it at the stone. To the surprise of those present, the weapon became stuck in the surface. But the audience could not believe what was happening and wrote it off as an accident. However, the girl grinned and dispelled all doubts by throwing the second blade straight at the first. This flawless throw left no doubt about her professionalism and caused genuine amazement among all observers. While the stunned spectators couldn't take their eyes off the flawless throw, the main character took a sip of wine with a slight smile on her face. Looking confidently at the silent crowd, she announced her victory in the competition, further impressing those present with her composure. While the rest of those present remained silent, the only one who genuinely rejoiced at the heroine's success was Lucy. She began to enthusiastically praise her achievements, showering her with compliments and admiring her charm and strength. After Lucy's emotional praise, the rest of those present seemed to wake up from their stupor. They began to animatedly discuss what had happened, amazed at how impressive the victory of such a fragile-looking girl was. At this moment, an unknown man approached the main character, who noted her exceptional hidden talent, after which he added that he could not decide on a suitable reward for her victory. The red-haired companion sitting next to her noticed Charlize's particular passion for interesting information that could help in resolving the issue of the reward. The man told the main character a legend about a mysterious white cave located in a mountain range. According to legend, people were forbidden to enter this cave because of the huge number of demons living there. The territory was protected by the influential Kenan ducal family, known for its neutrality and the most powerful military force in the region. After the failure with the crown princess, Dylan lost the opportunity to strengthen his political influence, so Charlize began to look for a new source of power for the future coup. The only artifact worthy of the legend of the ridge was considered to be the Kenan family heirloom, which they desperately tried to find. If the protagonist finds the lost relic in the ridge, it could help gain the trust of the ducal family, so the protagonist was no longer interested in the information Lucy promised her. Having thanked the man for his cooperation, the girl went outside, immersed in thoughts about the upcoming trip. The journey to the mountain range was not short, so she decided to take a vacation for half a month. Her plans included making it to the annual royal ball in honor of the crown prince, after which she intended to tell Dylan everything. While the main character was lost in her own thoughts, a mysterious blonde man with long hair was watching her closely. He settled on a high tower and kept his gaze fixed on the girl. His interest in her was far from idle. The man was hatching plans to get his hands on the heroine. The main character's older brother reminisced about the day he read her a story about two rabbits. He remembered the moment when his little sister expressed a desire for a special carrot. The elder brother promised his sister to ask the rich rabbit for a special carrot. However, when Charlize asked him the next day whether he had managed to get the desired gift, the boy abruptly pushed his sister away and forbade her to approach him. This unexpected act deeply upset the little girl. Ignoring the bleeding wound on her knee, the girl looked at her brother in bewilderment, sincerely not understanding what she had done to deserve his anger. Her clear eyes filled with confusion as Dante's cold gaze was directed at his father and older brother. At that moment, she involuntarily turned her gaze to their father, whose face also expressed unapproachable severity, which only increased her mental pain and misunderstanding. Dante watched his family's reaction with alarm, mentally pleading with his sister to stay away from him. Despite his silent request, the girl, not grasping the true meaning of what was happening, tried to hug her brother. However, he, overcoming his inner feelings, coldly pushed her away, causing even greater pain with his alienation. When the young man woke up from his sleep, he was overcome with deep sadness. The image of his younger sister, looking at him with incomprehension, appeared before his eyes again. The realization that the touching moments of communication with the heroine were in the distant past caused him mental pain. With a feeling of remorse, he once again regretted his previous cold attitude towards her, realizing how much pain he had caused with his actions. The next morning, a servant reported to Dante the Duke's request to gather the entire family for an important meeting. The blonde put aside the book he had been reading with great interest and began to prepare for the meeting. Looking closely at his reflection in the mirror, he noted with surprise that he had noticeably lost weight recently. This observation only added to the anxiety surrounding the upcoming family gathering. Entering his father's office, Dante unwittingly became a witness to a serious conversation between his father and older brother. The Duke expressed concern about the heir's behavior, noting his reckless actions of late. The issue of the older brother serving as an example to the younger one was particularly acute, but his behavior clearly neglected this important duty. Realizing that his father's words applied to him as well, he had recently received a warning at the academy, Dante continued to listen attentively to the conversation. The Duke, changing the subject, stated that, judging by the lack of new reports, the problems with Charlize had already been settled. Thinking that everything was settled, he expressed his intention to destroy the letter requesting his abdication. While the Duke glanced briefly at the relatives present, Dante's elder brother decided to express his opinion. He did not agree with his father's decision and doubted the advisability of such a step. Moreover, he directly asked his father if he had ever shown genuine concern for Charlize. After all, if this were really the case, she would hardly have behaved in such a way, daring to take such decisive actions. Watching with alarm as the Duke's face distorted with anger and twisted into a grimace of rage, the young man did not stop and continued his harsh speech. He insisted that it was better to take care of living people while they were breathing and needed support, rather than start showing attention and fuss only when the person had already passed away. The words hung in the air, filling the room with tense silence. The subsequent slap on the cheek from his father did not come as a surprise to Akan. The family conflict had reached a critical point, and Dante could only look away in fear. When the Duke accused his son of being no better than him, he didn't even flinch. The young man was filled with resentment after having to deal with the cruelty of his own father. Akin could no longer remain silent and said what had been tormenting his soul for a long time. The bitter truth about his father's childhood lessons was revealed in all its cruelty. The realization that his parent had taught him to ignore his own sister was the final straw in their conflict. Unable to find words in response to his son's just reproaches, the Duke silently left the office. The heavy door slammed behind him, leaving the brothers alone with their thoughts. Dante was shocked by what he saw. Never before had he seen Akan dare to stand up to his father. The fact that the older brother, who had always admired his parent, decided to challenge him seemed incredible. Akan was the first to break the silence, asking his brother if he could be blamed for wanting to change Charlize's mind, even though he knew he was wrong. The news of the upcoming royal ball gave him hope, and the approaching anniversary of his mother's death gave the event special significance. The brothers decided to prepare a birthday present for Charlize and present it during the ball. They chose Blackshaw flowers as the perfect choice, but also decided to add other gifts. The young people mentally expressed the hope that Charlize would like it. When the day of the ball arrived, the arrival of the next ruler of the empire was announced, His Highness the Crown Prince and his tutor. Lady Charlize, who was only 20 years old, delighted everyone with her boundless grace, and her young age for the role of mentor to the Crown Prince became the subject of general gossip. The girl's older brothers also noticed her arrival. While everyone was whispering about the main character, the servant informed His Highness that His Majesty wished to see him. Dylan was reluctant to leave his mentor, but he promised to return quickly. The main character believed that he didn't have to ask her permission, and she thought with a smile about when Dylan had started avoiding her. Dylan began to flinch at every touch of the main character. He tried to talk less about personal matters and was in a hurry to leave immediately after classes. The girl was curious to know the reason for such behavior, although, probably, his excitement was connected with the upcoming ball. Fate played into the hands of the main character. Now she did not have to avoid Dylan herself. While she was thinking about this, her ex-fiancé approached her. Seizing the opportunity, Kahu announced that he wanted to ask her to dance. Following the traditions of the ball, such an invitation could not be refused. So Charlize had to agree to share the dance with him. As they danced, whispers swept through the room about how harmoniously they looked together. Kahu noticed everyone's attention and mentioned it to Charlize. The main character hastened to explain that the guests' gazes were riveted on the young man's graceful movements. However, the blonde did not agree with her words, convinced that everyone present was looking only at her. The girl's discomfort did not leave her during the quiet conversation. Her gaze involuntarily slid to the side from which the persistent attention was coming, and she noticed His Highness's gaze directed at her. The prince would never have allowed Kahu to invite the heroine to the first dance if etiquette did not require him to accept such an offer. Many aristocrats traditionally opened the ball with escorts, and the prince could not understand why this situation worried him so much. The girl's discomfort did not leave her during her conversation with Kahu. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed His Highness's gaze directed straight at her. The prince would never have allowed Kahu to invite the heroine to the first dance if etiquette did not require it. It was a common thing for escorts to do, but he couldn't understand why it bothered him so much. The first dance ended, and Kahu gallantly thanked the girl. Charlize replied with a polite smile that it was an honor for her. As soon as the blonde left, her student quickly approached. By wrapping his arms around her waist and calling her by name for the first time, he broke all established boundaries. Even though he called her by name, Dylan still whispered respectfully to her as a mentor and asked to talk. The main character could not understand whether his impudent behavior was a show, and if so, for whom this performance was intended. The guests animatedly discussed the strange incident, attributing it all to chance and that the prince had only helped Charlize, who had slipped. But the blonde man, lost in his thoughts, was thinking about how the position of the palace had changed thanks to the girl. Without Charlize, Dylan would never have become the heir. Kahu understood this perfectly well, so he started a dance to find out the details. Watching with a grin as everyone admired the prince's nobility, he mentally shook his head. Kahu knew the true nature of the heir. If he lost his favor, he would destroy anyone without hesitation. Meanwhile, the prince resolutely led the main character out onto the balcony. There, he immediately began to apologize for having spoken her name without permission. The heroine was so surprised by such a sudden change that she was speechless. The young man reminded her of his warning about possible tactlessness. She sincerely did not understand why simply calling someone by name was considered intemperance, since the prince's high status allowed him a lot. However, the prince did not consider himself superior to his mentor. He claimed that even his reverent attitude was not enough. Charlize did not demand excessive respect from him and, smiling, forgave His Highness. When she finally decided to ask about the reason for such a sudden address by name, the prince unexpectedly admitted that he had wanted to do this for a long time. Moreover, he also dreamed that she would call him by his name. Although jealousy was completely unfamiliar to him, he could not deny that he was sincerely happy with every smile of hers. Unable to bear the intensity of her emotions, he imploringly asked her to call him by name at least once. The main character, slightly surprised by such a request, asked if this was his last wish. The prince, unexpectedly blushing, quickly began to deny everything and turned the conversation to the need for rest. The girl, although she did not understand the reasons for his embarrassment, decided not to delve into this topic. When she asked if he was going to leave, she received only a short nod in response. But before the young man had time to leave the balcony, the girl quietly promised that one day she would definitely call him by name. The girl thought for a long time about her thoughtless words. The heroine could not understand why such a simple promise was given so hard. Her gaze involuntarily turned to the sky. The moon was amazingly beautiful today. Suddenly, the conversation overheard between Kahu and Dante came back to mind. Dante reported the disappearance of the blonde man's bride and asked Kaka, as the groom, to help in the search. Kahu, realizing that Charlize was talking, readily agreed and promised to find the girl. In exchange, Dante promised to give him an ice palace on behalf of the Ronin family. The heroine thought about how little time she had spent in human form compared to the 400 years she had spent in the form of Kira. Now she had to remember everything, both the events of the past and the true reason why she ended up in the palace. After much deliberation, the girl decided to leave the balcony. She took a leisurely stroll down the evening street to clear her head. She eventually returned to the banquet, deciding it was time to leave the festive celebration. As soon as the girl returned to the hall, the nobles immediately began to whisper. Everyone wondered what she had been talking about with the crown prince for so long. Rumors spread throughout the hall that the prince had shown favor to her because he found her an intelligent conversationalist. Suddenly, the girl was called by the voice of her older brother Akan. The young people awkwardly greeted their sister, with whom they had a bad relationship. Akan reminded the blonde of her upcoming birthday. He intended to give the gift in the hopes of restoring their relationship, but for the girl, everything was different. The heroine took this as a reminder of the anniversary of the Duchess's death and suspected the brothers of intending to accuse her of murder. Akan mentioned the rare Blackshaw flower, a beautiful rose-like plant with an incredibly high price, known as the diamond among flowers. The heroine, not understanding what he was getting at, declared that if the brothers dared to accuse her of murder, she would tell of their disrespect. Unfortunately, the girl misinterpreted the brothers' intentions. They just wanted to wish her a happy birthday and give her a gift. The young people tried to explain, but the main character did not want to listen to them. Akan, still nervous about his sister's silence, clutched the luxurious bouquet tightly in his hands. His gestures showed a sincere desire to improve the relationship, but the heroine continued to remain silent, unaware of the purity of his intentions. Unable to wait any longer for an explanation, he resolutely walked towards the girl. His eyes lit up with hope as he handed her the flowers. It was a gift that he was sure would melt the ice between them and make his sister happy. However, neither Akan nor Dante suspected the mortal danger that the beautiful Blackshaw flowers posed for their sister. And while he was hopefully handing her a bouquet, trying to melt the ice in their relationship, a serious threat hung over the heroine. When the girl holding the bouquet suddenly started bleeding from the mouth, Akan turned pale with fear. The older brothers rushed towards Charlize in horror. At that moment, she remembered how, as a child, she almost died after inhaling Blackshaw pollen. So these symptoms were nothing new to her. The heroine sharply ordered everyone not to touch her and leave her alone. She had to remove the poison herself. Thanks to the saint's endurance, she was able to remain conscious for some time. If it were Dylan, he would trust her and let her handle things on her own. But the young man, losing his composure at the sight of her condition, rushed towards her. The people around were running around in panic, not understanding what was happening. Earlier, some people actually thought that Lady Charlize was not feeling well. Dylan, having assessed the heroine's condition, realized that these were symptoms of an allergy to Blackshaw. Allergic mana leakage is a rare condition that can be fatal. When the brothers began asking about Charlize, the prince silenced them, saying that his mentor needed peace. Seeing the bouquet in Dante's hands, he understood the cause of the allergy. Dylan knew that the heroine's weakness could not be allowed to be revealed. The prince decisively picked up the girl in his arms, masterfully hiding the seriousness of the situation behind a mask of concern for his mentor's fatigue. Announcing that he would take her to rest, he skillfully feigned concern for her health so that no one would suspect the true cause of her illness. The guests, believing the version about overwork, reluctantly returned to the celebration. Meanwhile, the prince had to urgently help his mentor cope with a dangerous allergic reaction. When the older brothers returned to the mansion, the first thing they did was ask the maid about the bouquet. She gasped in horror, admitting that these flowers were mortally dangerous for the lady. Her mana and the structure of the flower were absolutely incompatible. A worried Akan heard even more terrible news. Since the lady is a master of the sword, the danger increases many times over. The maid explained that the more developed the circulation of mana, the more destructive the effect of pollen on the blood vessels. The higher the talent of a person, the more deadly the effect of the poison. One touch of the flower can cost life. A stunned Akan asked why she had kept such important information quiet before. The maid admitted that the Duke had forbidden her to mention it. He believed that after the death of her mother, the girl did not deserve sympathy. At that moment, the maid sincerely felt sorry for the little mistress. The main character was deprived even of her father's support in her grief. The woman's heart was filled with pain at the memory of that defenseless girl who had not received a drop of consolation. The heroine could not understand why she was the one who had to become Kira. After all, whoever owns Kira owns the entire continent. The king explained that she was special, possessed the highest level of essence, and was chosen for this role. At first, scientists conducted experiments on ordinary peasants, but the results were unsatisfactory. Then, the Tower of Magicians put forward a new hypothesis: only young and pure blood, not limited by any framework, would be suitable for the ritual. Because of this, the kidnapping of boys from noble families began, which became a difficult time for the empire. None of the kidnapped children showed the necessary talent until the king came across a document about a heroine, the daughter of the Ronin family. Despite the riskiness of the adventure, the girl's potential turned out to be exactly what was missing for the experiment. The transformation into Kira was the only successful one, and the king believed that the heroine should be grateful for the opportunity to break the Ronin family line. In horror, remembering the past, the girl heard the voice of a student begging her to hold on. Opening her eyes in the morning, she felt the warmth of the prince's palm in her hand. She remembered hearing him whisper about how he had been waiting for her to wake up. The main character realized that his voice was not her illusion. Noticing that she had woken up, the brunette asked about her vision. The heroine replied that she was only a little dizzy, but her vision was not blurred. After making sure that she could see well, the young man reported that she had been unconscious for 4 days after the ball. The girl could not believe that the prince had been looking after her so carefully all this time. Thanks to his attention, her mana was able to neutralize the poison of Blackshaw's flower. Having recovered, the heroine decided to ask the prince for a 15-day vacation. Then the young man suggested that she was not feeling well. The heroine explained that she wanted to relax and visit the mountain range under the patronage of Duke Kennen. This was her second vacation, the first time she did not rest, but took part in a knight's tournament, where she obtained Hallie's herb. The prince realized that his mentor was up to something, but he didn't ask any questions. Having full confidence in her, the young man promised to arrange everything. The girl also asked for 2 maids and a vacation order. The young man assured her that he would prepare everything, as he trusted her completely. Surprise was reflected on Charlize's face, because no one had ever trusted her so unconditionally. Thus, everything went well and the heroine's trip took place exactly on time. After going through some procedures, she entered the lands under the possession of Duke Kennen. The Duke personally greeted the guest of honor. She expressed gratitude for the quick approval of the visit. The man noted that this was a trifle and asked how comfortable her journey was. The blonde said that she used a teleportation portal and a carriage that the Duke sent her. Having led the girl into the living room, the Duke decided to immediately ask about the reason for her sudden appearance. Such an important person could not come just like that, so he was sure that the guest had a serious reason for the visit. However, the girl decided to change the subject of the conversation and stated that she had heard about his lordship's passion for gambling. The heroine suggested playing a few games to have some fun. With each win, the Duke became more and more amazed at her incredible luck. Smiling, the girl noted the favor of fortune and suggested moving on to more serious bets. The Duke agreed and mentioned the Flower War, a game brought from the East. This game was similar to chess, but had its own characteristics. The Duke's strategist was an experienced player and was confident of his victory. However, Charlize was counting on her triumphant performance. As a result, the Duke's strategist was defeated, having exhausted all possible moves. Watching the game, the strategist was amazed by the girl's skill. He couldn't believe that this was her first time playing this game. But Charlize explained that the game is similar to chess. The Duke's strategist noted her extraordinary intelligence, which was evident in every move, as after many games he was enriched with new experience. The Duke suggested moving on to the real goal, since the heroine's visit was not connected with games. The heroine confessed to the Duke her intention to increase the bet and asked about their family heirloom. This statement made him wonder about the seriousness of her intentions. The Duchy of Kanan has been searching for an ancient artifact in the mountain range for a long time. All information about this relic related to the era before the demonic invasion. The number of demons on the ridge suddenly increased, causing alarm among the population, and rumors quickly spread among the mercenaries. But despite all the dangers, the blonde remained confident in her success. When the girl confidently declared her success, the Duke asked how well she knew about the situation. The heroine replied that she understood perfectly well what needed to be done and what should be avoided. The Duke shared his failures. He sent hundreds of knights to the mountain range and even hired elite diamond-rank mercenaries, but all attempts ended in failure. The evil energy of the monsters was too dense, and their number seemed endless. Despite this, Charlize insisted on her success in returning the relic. Although everyone knew about her prowess in combat, no one believed that she could handle it alone. The heroine suggested that the Duke put everything on the line: wealth, influence, and the fate of the loser. For the Duke, it was a safe risk in case of victory. He would gain influence over the prince's mentor, and in case of defeat, he would at least return the relic. But going alone against such danger seemed like suicide. The girl proved her luck and resourcefulness, but now the stakes were too high. The White Cave, the goal of her search, was located at the top of the 13th mountain of the ridge. As soon as the heroine received this information, she set off on her journey. A dragon was already waiting for her at the entrance to the mountain range, and now it became clear why they tried to dissuade her. But it didn't matter. The final solution was to destroy the monsters on the way to the goal. Meanwhile, an unknown young man had been secretly watching the heroine all this time and was amazed at how easily she dealt with the monsters. For her, they were no more dangerous than fallen leaves. Her magical energy was so powerful that even true swordmasters would be envious. At the same time, the energy of the monsters had no effect on the heroine herself. These monsters contained parts of Ekirita, the energy that appeared after the death of the goddess creator of all living things. Although there are many theories about the sudden appearance of monsters several hundred years ago, they all remain just speculation. The fact that Charlize was not affected by monster energy could only mean one thing: she had surpassed the level of a master, or even was a saint. The heroine has already spent 10 days on the mountain ridge. There were still 5 days left before her bet expired, but that was enough time, as Charlize finally found the White Cave and prepared to fulfill her mission, to find and return the relic. As she entered, she noticed a small box. She walked slowly towards her. Upon closer inspection, an inscription was found on the box stating that only a family member who owns the relic can open it. Thus, the girl confirmed that this was the relic she needed. Taking the box in her hands, the heroine headed back. She felt an extraordinary lightness, and the movements of the sword were given to her with amazing simplicity. While easily overcoming obstacles, the girl suddenly encountered an S-rank minotaur. Its power was obvious even to the naked eye. But this only provoked the heroine. She just needed a worthy challenge. The Duke waited patiently all this time for the heroine to return. His strategist had already come to the conclusion that Charlize would not return. When asked what to tell the royal family, the Duke replied that it was necessary to tell everything as it was, since it was her own decision. To lose such talent after 100 years would be a shame, and the strategist regretted that he could not dissuade Charlize. The strategist tried to justify his inaction, convincing himself that he had expected Charlize to voluntarily abandon the dangerous undertaking. Suddenly, a servant entered the room without knocking with an urgent message. The Duke looked at him questioningly, and the servant reported that the Crown Prince's tutor had returned. Everyone hurried to where the girl was. To everyone's amazement, she was perfectly fine. Watching the assembled crowd, the girl looked at the amazed Duke with a smile. She reminded him of their bet and expressed her confidence that his lordship would fulfill his obligations. The heroine emphasized that she had fully fulfilled her part of the bet. Her eyes radiated confidence, and her smile only widened as she stood in front of him. She asked if the Duke was ready to keep his word. Meanwhile, in the palace, His Highness asked the maid about the readiness of all preparations. She reported that all instructions were carried out without problems and everything was going according to plan. The young man was in a great mood because his mentor was soon to return, and her return coincided with her birthday. At this point, the maid reported that the Ronin family continued to insist on rejecting Lady Charlize's request to abdicate. However, the prince ordered to convey to them that his mentor herself has the right to decide which path to choose. They seemed to be trying to make amends with a sense of regret, but the prince could only advise them to come to terms with it. While preparations were underway in the palace for the heroine's return, the girl herself was already conducting an important ceremony. Due to the absence of the Crown Prince, it was conducted by the Crown Prince's tutor. The knight, ready to take the oath, stepped forward and knelt before his lady. He couldn't hide his amazement at finally being able to get his hands on the relic. The man thought about how surprised his wife would be to know that all this was possible thanks to the young lady. His thoughts kept returning to what if she had lived and they had children of their own. He wondered if they could blossom the way Charlize did. The knight decided to focus on the present and began to listen to the heroine's oath. Charlize, his mistress, promised never to cease to appreciate his devotion and to guide him to a future consistent with his principles. All the people in the castle could only watch the ceremony with awe. After Charlize's words, the oath was coming to an end. The final moment was the words that Saint Erikit became a witness to the fact that the sacred vow of this soul would never be broken. The main character's carriage was already waiting for her to take her home. However, the Duke was in no hurry to let the girl go and asked if she would stay a little longer. Charlize replied with regret that her vacation was coming to an end, as she would have to resume her duties as the Crown Prince's tutor. But she promised the Duke that their meeting would not be the last. Upon arrival, the heroine's servants and maids expressed admiration for how the ceremony with Lady Charlize's participation went. With bright smiles, they said they would never forget this event. Although this was all part of her plan, the girl was pleased with the result. With the certificate she received, she could be sure that it would be proof of her devotion to Dylan. Remembering how the young man had cared for her, the girl decided that this was the least she could do in return. The heroine was overcome with impatience and hurried to the palace. The prince, immersed in business, gave orders to his servants and did not notice her appearance. When the heroine called out to him, the prince shuddered in surprise. He quickly turned at the sound of her voice. After he turned around, the girl smiled at him. When the prince saw that Charlize was really back, he couldn't help but smile. The servants greeted Charlize in unison as their master hurried to meet her. Looking around, the girl was amazed at the changes in the castle. Everything looked elegant and festive, so the prince had to explain. But the girl had already guessed that the prince was preparing a surprise for her birthday. The heroine returned ahead of schedule, but this did not diminish His Highness's joy. For Charlize, her birthday has always been associated with difficult memories of her mother. This kind of festive bustle seemed unusual, so she only nodded reservedly in response to everyone's attention, not knowing how to react to such a large-scale preparation. At the Ronan estate, the main character's older brother approached his father with a question about the results. However, the news was disappointing. Charlize's request to revoke her abdication was rejected. The count did not know how to ask forgiveness from his daughter, whom he had let down. The thought of possibly losing his daughter weighed heavily on his heart, but it was too late. The awareness of his own mistakes now seemed like an indelible stain on his conscience. Early in the morning, His Highness came to the main character. Noticing him, the girl was surprised, and the prince smiled embarrassedly. He admitted that he wanted to thank her properly for today's gift. Charlize spoke about Duke Kennan's oath to serve the prince. After this, the girl decided to change the subject and talk about what the young man had arranged for her. She didn't expect that they would throw a party for her birthday. The prince gestured for her to sit down, then began to take off her shoes. It turned out that he decided to give her a foot massage after a hard trip. The heroine silently lowered her feet into the bath. The prince rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He asked the mentor not to hide the pain and to be more careful. Charlize realized that the maids had told him about her journey through the mountain range. Dylan admitted that he missed the sound of her voice. Now, hearing it, he felt that the palace truly belonged to him. The prince expressed his sincere gratitude. He once again thanked his mentor for coming into his life. In the evening, the main character's birthday was celebrated. The blonde warmly thanked the prince for his concern. She noted that the day went just wonderfully. She was especially touched by the necklace he gave her. Looking at her blade, she thoughtfully said that the day of the uprising and death of the emperor was approaching. The dark-haired prince again noted to himself how she avoided addressing the emperor as such. At times it seemed to him that she was in the clouds. He was sure that the mentor had secrets that she was not revealing. However, he decided not to ask her about it. Even if she ever reveals her secrets, he will do nothing. Agreeing with her words, the prince assured that everything would be as the heroine wished. There was no room in his heart for reproach or coercion. His only desire is to be under her influence, allowing her to keep everything under control. Left alone, the prince heard a servant calling him. The report of the capture of a traitor who sold secret information to the Scout Guild forced the prince to immediately go to the site. There he saw a man being tortured. The traitor justified himself, claiming that he was acting for the good of the empire by selling information about some rubbish. Despite the insult to his mentor, the prince kept his cool and stated that he should have sold the information about him. The traitor continued to insist that his actions were aimed at preventing the collapse of the empire. But the prince interrupted his speech. With one movement, he took the traitor's life, coldly noting that if the man had not targeted Charlize, his family might have survived. The order followed immediately to destroy the entire family of the traitor. There was only one day left before the uprising. All preparations were completed. The plan was worked out down to the last detail, and the main character remained calm. The uprising was scheduled for the day of the gathering of the Imperial Knights. This gave a chance to lure the entire military might of the Imperial Guard into a trap. The prince had to take control of the interior of the palace, and the heroine had to besiege the outer fortifications and lead the regrouping of forces. She reminded the young man of the need to check the emperor's secret office. The documents stored there could serve as proof of the justice of their rebellion. The prince was surprised at how the mentor knew about the contents of the secret room, accessible only to members of the imperial family. Ignoring his astonishment, the girl explained that all entrances to the palace, except for the main one, were guarded by the prince's men. Although the main entrance remains uncontrolled, the area in front of it is under her control. Despite the fact that the failure of the uprising could have cost her life, the heroine remained unperturbed. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the prince vowed to seize the emperor and force him to kneel before his mentor. Finally, the long-awaited day of the fall of the empire arrived. Autumn came, and the day before the uprising they came to the grave of the seventh concubine, as it was the anniversary of her death. The heroine remembered how she entrusted her son to her. The cold wind pierced to the bones. The girl wondered if this day had fallen in winter, would her icy heart have become warmer? The prince broke the silence with a question. The blonde raised an eyebrow questioningly. He reminded her of an old promise to one day call him by his name. The blonde thought that when Dylan became emperor, no one would dare to address him so familiarly anymore. The girl understood that it was time to give in, so she said his name without question. The prince looked at her with thirst in his eyes, begging her to repeat the name again. His face seemed especially vulnerable at that moment. The girl, seeing his vulnerability, said his name again. Their eyes met and warm feelings flared up in the girl's soul. But duty and purpose were more important than personal feelings. Once a harmless boy, like a blank canvas, Charlize's plan was to turn him into a tyrant. A few hours later, Night-Vi informed the main character about the need to meet with an important guest. Since the prince personally approved of this meeting, the girl had to agree. The young man led her to the guest room, where a blonde man she knew was waiting. The guest noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting and suggested getting straight to business. With a serious expression on his face, Kahu declared his desire to join the rebellion. The heroine pretended not to understand the blonde's hints. She asked where he got such ideas about the uprising. Kahu apologized for his bluntness and explained that he had come to these conclusions by observing what was happening. He analyzed the tense atmosphere among the nobility, the movement of money and information. All these events were closely connected with Charlize. His experience told him that such changes usually ended in rebellion. There was only one difference from his past life. Now Charlize is at the center of events. Kahu suggested that if she led the rebellion, the crown prince would become the future emperor. The prince did not deny the truth of his guesses. He asked with a smile if Kahu was ready to join them. Considering that the blonde knew too much, he had only one choice left: to join the conspiracy. Kahu thought about the secrets of the throne, built on blood and bones. They may have been connected to Charlize's disappearance. He assumed that his attachment to her was due to the fact that he spent many years trying to find her in a past life. If rebellion was the only way to get closer to her, he was willing to risk it. Duke Kenan, although he had considerable military power, could not take into account all the variables. Charlize thought it would be convenient if Duke Delmont closed the last gate. As if reading her thoughts, Kahu himself offered to take responsibility for the main gate. The heroine, knowing part of his plan, agreed to accept help. Although she was concerned for Kahu's safety, the approaching retribution left no room for sentimentality. On the day of retribution, everything went on as usual. Guests enjoyed exquisite dishes and music. Suddenly there was a strange sound. It turned out to be an arrow. The lights went out and people were attacked by masked men. The knights, recognizing the uprising, rushed to defend the emperor. The prince involved in the conspiracy heard a call for help. He called over his subordinate and gave permission to eliminate everyone who would become an obstacle to completing the mission. But the prince stressed that the emperor was an exception. The prince himself headed towards the vault, accompanied by servants. The second bugle call indicated that the mentor had met with reinforcements. Duke Kenan was pleased that his troops arrived in time. Having greeted the heroine, the man noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was shocked to realize that she had planned the rebellion even when they first met. The blonde did not respond to his remark and turned to the enemy troops. She drew attention to the regrouping of the imperial troops. The heroine quickly jumped on the horse. Without looking back, the blonde ordered the troops to follow her. The heroine firmly decided that no person, even the most insignificant, would be able to penetrate the imperial palace. In the vault, the prince carefully studied the secret documents. Among them were testimonies of all sorts of corruption schemes, the luxurious lifestyle of the imperial family, reports on the production and trade of drugs, and records of the kidnapping of people for biological experiments. Stunned by the scale of the crimes, he realized that the imperial family must be overthrown. His servant, looking through the documents nearby, could not hide his horror. The prince, no longer surprised, turned to another trusted servant. Together, they discovered a blue book with an image of a sword. The title read Living Sword Project, Kira. As he flipped through the pages, the prince learned about a top-secret project. His deadline was 1,000 years. It was an attempt by magicians to introduce something into inorganic matter. Although the experiment with the inanimate substance failed, the magicians had another way. They discovered that by using a strong person, it was possible to implant ahurite particles into his body. The prince remembered the words of his mentor that a person with particles of ahurite gradually turns into a demon. Weak minds were immediately absorbed by the particle energy. Surviving the implantation is only possible with incredible intelligence and unwavering will. The records mentioned only one successful case. The prince remembered the strange expression on his mentor's face during their conversation about this. Despite the urgency, the prince could not tear himself away from studying the documents. Something was bothering him, and he began to carefully review all the materials related to the experimental candidates. His gaze slid over the changing numbers and lines until it stopped on a certain entry. Among the names of potential participants in the experiment was the name of the Ronin family's eldest daughter, Charlize. This discovery struck the prince to the depths of his soul, causing his heart to skip a beat. Earlier, an urgent message was delivered to Count Ronin. It spoke of martial law in the palace due to treason. At that moment, his sons burst into his chambers. They also learned about the rebellion organized by the Crown Prince. The man could not understand the Crown Prince's motives. After all, he would have become emperor anyway. But what worried him most was the fate of Charlize, the prince's mentor, because she was in mortal danger if the uprising failed. The Ronin family decided to go to the main character to bring troops to help. Noticing the approaching Ronins, the heroine instantly snatched the bow from the nearest knight. All the disagreements with her family immediately came to mind, and her fingers tightened on the bowstring. She took aim, ready to fire an arrow at anyone who dared to block her path, even if that someone happened to be her own relatives. At the moment when the arrow had almost left the bowstring, something made the heroine stop. What she saw exceeded all her expectations. The father and brothers were surrounded by red flags, a symbol of support for the uprising. Duke Ronin announced that their family was siding with the Crown Prince's mentor. Charlize realized that from the moment they submitted their request for abdication, they would live until they did something stupid. She understood the full weight of the decision they had made, which they had come to after going through many trials. However, to tell the truth, she didn't care. At that moment, another disturbing fact absorbed all her attention. She was informed that the Imperial Knights had released demons from the palace. The blonde demanded to know the exact number of creatures that had escaped, and one of the knights replied that there were at least 1,000 of them. He insisted on an immediate retreat, claiming that soon there would be nothing left of this place. But the main character was categorically against it, since she intended to deal with the demons alone. The heroine's father opposed her decision, reminding her that they were talking about 1,000 demons, not people. No one could believe that a girl was capable of confronting such an army alone. Even a group of experienced knights needed more than 1 hour to defeat just one shadow demon. Just in the midst of these discussions, one of the demons approached them, but the main character struck him down with one lightning-fast swing of her sword. After this spectacle, no one had any doubts about her powers. The girl firmly declared that they were sticking to the original plan. While the others returned to their positions, the heroine will deal with the demons. She asked if her order was clear. At first, the knights looked at each other hesitantly, but in the end, they assured that they would do as Lady Charlize ordered. The girl was absolutely sure that the Empire and the Tower of Magicians were working together to contain these demons. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if this horde of demons descended on the city. While Charlize was lost in her thoughts, a sudden flash of light illuminated the space around her. Thanks to her honed fighting skills, she managed to dodge at the last moment, and the deadly beam struck the demon instead, ready to attack. A man in a robe emerged from the shadows and warned the heroine to be careful. Upon landing, she demanded to know who he was. The young magician, already forming a new spell, replied that it didn't matter now. His magical abilities were astounding. He controlled power without a single word, demonstrating a mastery close to the level of an archmage. However, this did not matter to the heroine. She pointed the sword towards the stranger who was trying to convince her that together they would be able to deal with the threat more easily. When she saw the face under the hood, her brows furrowed and she openly stated that she didn't trust mages. At that moment, another wave of monsters rushed to attack and the magician came to the rescue again. The heroine had to admit that for now she would have to accept his support. She gracefully jumped from one opponent to another, and her companion could not hide his amazement at her incredible dexterity. Watching her actions, he was once again convinced that she was indeed worthy of becoming an object of study. At this time, the main character was still in the vault. His faithful knight kept reminding him that time was running out. Realizing that his subordinate was right, His Highness headed for the exit, continuing to ponder the mystery of why his mentor's name was on the list of kidnapped children. As they left the room, they noticed people gathered outside. The prince was puzzled by the presence of the Imperial Knights, for their duty was to protect the Emperor. Vi turned to him questioningly, asking for further orders, to which His Highness ordered that the vault be guarded. It became obvious that the Imperial Knights were preparing an attack on the traitors. His Highness, having prepared himself for the fight, firmly declared that he would take upon himself the task of confronting his father's knight. Traitors tried to destroy His Highness, but the prince quickly dealt with each of them. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, they decided to blow up the storage facility with fuel, since its destruction was their main goal. However, the young prince eliminated the threat faster than they could carry out their plan. At that moment, the fuel accidentally caught fire, but the prince did not have time to deal with the fire. He was distracted when a knight called out to him. The knight reported that the emperor was found in a cave beneath the heavenly garden of the Western Palace. Realizing that he had no choice, the prince headed straight there. Meanwhile, the knights reported that the second detachment had successfully joined the main forces and captured all members of the royal family, except the fifth prince. The third detachment also joined the main forces and took control of the inner fortifications. The prince gave orders to the fifth squad to guard the secret vault under the northern palace and ordered the third squad to support them. He looked around the burning palace with a cold gaze. That was where the emperor was now, preparing for the decisive battle. The blonde quickly dealt with all the demons that could interfere with their troops. Duke Kennan's strategist couldn't believe his eyes. She had single-handedly destroyed an entire army of monsters. The heroine modestly noted that she was not alone. However, her ally preferred to remain incognito, not even giving his name. When the third horn sounded, the heroine received the long-awaited news. The path of the Imperial army was blocked, as she had ordered. The inner fortifications were under their control, and the Emperor was trapped. Now that all the pieces of the plan had come together, she thought about how long she had been waiting for this moment. She was determined that there was no room for hesitation, retreat, or regret. You can't let guilt or vanity get the better of you. You have to do everything to achieve your goal. This is exactly why she went back 400 years. She didn't respect Dylan as a person, but she used him as a necessary tool, as the last piece of the puzzle in her ultimate goal. Now the whole path was laid out and the end was near. Soon the Emperor will fall on his knees before her. But the strategist still doubted the correctness of what was happening. She asked the heroine if she had really been able to raise a worthy heir to the throne. But the main character just turned to her and smiled mysteriously. Charlize constantly suppressed her fatigue and skepticism, and now they felt like the calm before the storm, cold as ice and burning like the flames that were blazing inside her. At that moment, His Highness grabbed the Emperor and dragged him into the cave. The Emperor, furious, demanded to know what the prince was doing and why he was so ungrateful. He came to the conclusion that he had raised a real monster. But the prince did not listen to him, lost in thoughts that the mentor's plan may have been created for the sake of the imperial family, but her true goal was the emperor himself. He wondered if the mentor killed his father and her revenge was carried out, would the heavy burden be lifted from her shoulders? The prince grabbed the emperor, who demanded that he be released. However, the main character did not intend to do this and roughly stepped on the man's back. The prince knew that his mentor's obsession with survival and her purpose in life would disappear once she took revenge. He did not yet understand what love was and did not know whether he should suffer for the sake of happiness from a person he had stopped loving. But he was sure that even if the heroine was ready to leave him, he could not allow her to destroy herself. The prince thought it would be better not to know about this feeling from the very beginning. But it was the main character who taught him that if there is something you want, you must get it at any cost. The young man was ready to face the consequences and happily accept all the heroine's hatred. That is why he decided to kill the emperor with his own hands. The girl peered anxiously at the horizon, wondering why Dylan hadn't signaled yet. He was supposed to deliver the emperor 3 hours ago, and his delay was causing serious concern. Deciding to personally check the situation, she ordered the duke's strategist to remain in position. The girl herself put the horse into a gallop. For some reason, the main character had a bad feeling. She was rapidly approaching the place where the emperor was supposedly captured. Upon arrival, the first thing she saw was a pile of bodies. The girl immediately realized that they were all members of the imperial family. In a state of shock from what she saw, she heard a piercing scream. Anger filled her as she realized that Dylan had killed not only members of the imperial family, but the emperor himself. The imperial palace, the custodian of 1,000 years of history, was engulfed in merciless flames. The fall of the imperial family became inevitable. Initially, a fair punishment was planned, but events took a horrific turn. The girl couldn't understand when Dylan got out of her control and started acting on his own. To know everything for sure, the main character decided to ask him personally. She quickly reached the main hall, which had not yet been engulfed in fire. There, the main character saw the prince. He asked how she knew of his presence. Without answering his questions, she asked if he had killed the emperor. She needed to personally deal with the ruler and see his death with her own eyes. Her anger grew, but the prince, not afraid of her gaze, reported with a smile that the emperor was alive and breathing. Pointing at the man, he asked if she was interested in what he had done to him. The girl looked at him cautiously, waiting for an answer. The prince, despite the seriousness of the situation, smiled tenderly and told her everything. At first, he planned to kill the emperor to fulfill the will of his mentor. However, looking at the ruler, he decided that there was a better way to take revenge. Therefore, he did not take his life, but chose a more sophisticated path. He removed the sword from his throat and allowed the emperor to escape. More precisely, he made the man believe that he had a chance to escape. However, he soon caught him again and tortured him. The young man wanted to make him go through hellish torment. He believed that this would be a much better revenge than just death. Finally, the prince revealed that he had forced the emperor to absorb a piece of Ekirit. Now the girl could decide his fate at her own discretion. Dylan explained that even if she cut off the emperor's hands or tongue, the thing would continue to live. If desired, it can even turn the crown into a sword. In Charlize's opinion, the creation of life is the privilege of the gods, a line that people should not cross. The original plan was to take revenge in the most humane way possible, namely to make the emperor pay for the sins associated with turning a man into a sword. But the heroine did not expect that everything would turn out so terrifyingly, so the only thing she wanted now was to run away from here as quickly as possible. When the young man noticed that the girl was not going to thank him, he asked why she was upset, because this was the most perfect gift he could give her. After Charlize rethought her motives, she realized that she had no reason to be angry with Dylan. The fact that Dylan repeated the incident with Kira and fed the emperor a piece of Ahiret is just a coincidence. After all, he really did destroy the entire imperial family, and this is exactly what the heroine initially wanted. It was immediately clear from the prince's look that he was expecting praise. So the girl had no choice but to stroke him and tell him he had done a good job. The situation was quickly resolved thanks to the protective barrier erected by the mages, but there was nothing left inside. The knights and servants who had lost consciousness were carried to a safe place. Initially, the imperial family was to be put on trial. They would be condemned before the people for all the crimes they had committed, and the next morning they would receive their punishment. This is the benefit that would allow the main characters to gain the trust of knights and commoners. But now it looks like Dylan usurped the throne for no good reason. Given the way things have turned out, there is bound to be resistance. Everything became even more complicated because the Emperor was fed a piece of ecurate. The girl couldn't understand whose fault it was and decided that it was because she had trained Dylan too well. After all, that's what he's Dylan for. Charlize was confident that he would cope completely. At that moment, she noticed that the fairies were watching her. The tired heroine simply looked at them for a while. And after a moment's hesitation, she asked if they would help her if she decided to run away. The fairies smiled at the girl and giggled quietly. They told the girl that they would always be on her side, and such a request was a mere trifle for them. The fairies gently touched her hand and called her a good person. They promised Charlize that she would get whatever she wanted. All she had to do was ask.